Honourable members, let us pray. Lord, the God of righteousness and truth, grant to our King and his government, to members of the Legislative Assembly, and to all in positions of responsibility, the guidance of your Spirit. May they never lead the province wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideals, but laying aside all private interests and prejudices, keep in mind their responsibility to seek to improve the condition of all. Amen. Please be seated.
Introduction of visitors.
Members, seated in the Speaker's gallery today is Honourable Denis Ducharme, who participated in the International Francophonie ceremony that I hosted in the Rotunda earlier today. Mr. Ducharme was elected to represent the riding of Bonnyville-Cold Lake in 1997. He served 3 terms before retiring in 2008. Mr. Ducharme held several key positions, including Government Whip, Chair of the Francophone Secretariat, and Minister of Community Development. Please rise, Mr. Denis, and receive the warm welcome of this assembly.
Introduction of guests.
School groups today, starting with Edmonton, Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to introduce to you and through you to all members the fantastic students and their team from Greenview Elementary School in my home neighbourhood. Welcome to the Alberta Legislature. I hope you've been having a great visit. Please rise and receive our warm welcome.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Beverly Clairview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour today to introduce to you and through you and to all members of this Assembly the fabulous students, as well as their teachers, from St. Maria Goretti School. And I must say that St. Maria Goretti has one of the best school libraries around. So happy to welcome you all to here today. If you could please stand and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Assembly.
And Calgary, Elbow.
Monsieur le Président, je vous présente des étudiants et des professeurs de la Lycée international de Calgary, une bonne école de Calgary Elbow. Levez-vous, s'il vous plaît, et acceptez les acquis traditionnels de cette Assemblée.
It is my pleasure to welcome several guests seated in the gallery today who either attended or participated in the International Francophonie Day ceremony earlier. Among them is Mr. Camille Berube, who among his many distinguished roles served as the Mayor of Beaumont for 16 years. Mr. Berube is accompanied by his wife Joanne. With them are Ms. Nathalie Lachance, President, Association Canadienne Française de l'Alberta, or ACFA, Ms. Isabelle Lauren, Executive Director, ACFA, Ms. Amy Vachon-Chabot, Deputy Executive Director, ACFA. I welcome them all to rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of the Minister of Assisted Living and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today and introduce to you and through you and to all members of the Assembly a great Albertan, my dad Pat Nixon, a member of the Alberta Order of Excellence, a member of the Order of Canada, and a great champion of those who face poverty in our province. I'd ask him to rise and receive the traditional warm welcome of this Assembly.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to introduce to you and through you members of the Kyrgyz Association in Canada, a wonderful group that supports the Central Asian community across Alberta. Please welcome Executive Director Naz Edkrulova and Board and Association members Samara Junmadlova, Zarash Mustakova, Nargiza Memrbeva, and Asulu Abdelkarova. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Calgary Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, people often ask me how I made it here, and I tell them it wasn't luck, it was Amanda will. Managing my campaign was the easy part. Managing me was the real full-time job. Amanda is not only capable, she's one of the kindest human beings I know, and I ask Amanda to please rise and receive the traditional warm welcome.
Beth Kananaskis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce to you and through you one of my favorite Albertans, my amazing husband, Jesse Doherty. He's up in Edmonton meeting with Indigenous elders as part of his work as an Indigenous liaison. And of course, he's here today to do his most important job, supporting his amazing wife to do her amazing job. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est la Journée internationale de la francophonie et je vous présente deux étudiantes incroyables à la campus Saint-Jean, Joshua Blais et Sophia Sparks. Levez-vous, s'il vous plaît, et acceptez les félicitations traditionnelles de cette Assemblée.
Are there other introductions? Seeing none.
Ministerial statements. Members' statements.
The member for Edmonton, Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, in the midst of scandal after scandal, I want to offer some observations to the government caucus members. What took down 44 years of Conservative dynasty in 2015 was poorly managed budgets, public services eroding, and extraordinary entitlement and corruption. Every single MLA in this chamber entered because we believe in serving the people we represent. I know UCP members did not run on massive deficits, doubling the debt, multiple credit downgrades, biggest government spending, and largest cabinet in history, wasting millions on crooked contracts and scandal, or even the separatist Free Alberta strategy cooked up by their leader's close advisor, Rob Anderson. A number of them used to say that any plan for separation was wrong. Meanwhile, the unemployment rate is up a full point since this premier took power. Chambers of commerce across Alberta are warning investment is being scared away. And despite near-record royalty revenues, the government has no plan to balance the budget. People are dying in emergency rooms while this government fires boards and CEOs, and when you talk to anyone on the front lines, they'll tell you it's all getting worse. On top of all this is extraordinary corruption. UCP caucus members hear about the Premier's private jets and luxury hotels in Saudi Arabia, but they didn't hear it from her first. It's clear she did not bother telling them. Conservatives in Alberta used to hold deep convictions. They would hold their leader to account, demand apologies, and even leave their caucus. Back when they were in opposition, the Premier and her Chief of Staff did that twice. Today, the RCMP is raiding businesses and homes of those cozy with this government. The term of office is closer to the end than the beginning. Have the members opposite really helped to deliver the kind of government they set out to deliver? And if not, what are they going to do about it?
Grand Prairie, Wapiti.
Mr. Speaker, in Alberta, we believe in the dignity of work. It builds independence, it supports families, and drives a strong, growing province. That belief is exactly why Budget 2026 takes decisive action. If passed, Budget 2026 delivers a record investment, nearly $250 million into employment services, helping Albertans get jobs, earn a paycheck, and build a future they can count on. This is an increase of more than $60 million, bringing the total funding to $247 million. It means better access to career planning, skills training, job placement, and ongoing support. Because, Mr. Speaker, finding a job is important, but keeping a job and building a career is what creates long-term stability. These services are not optional, they are essential. They are a lifeline for Albertans navigating job loss, career changes, or new opportunities in a rapidly evolving economy. They provide practical hands-on support, from workshops and resume assistance to digital tools and on-the-job training through simulated work sites, and prepare people for meaningful employment. And through the Work First Alberta program, they're going to further than ever before. This is the most ambitious employment initiative in our province's history, working with more than 160 service providers across Alberta to connect people to opportunity, youth entering the workforce, persons with disabilities, single parents, Alberta starting over. Hundreds of thousands of Albertans have already accessed these supports, gaining skills, building confidence, and stepping into high-demand jobs. This is about real results, more Albertans working, more families supported, and stronger Alberta's future, strengthening Alberta's future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Edmonton, White Mountain.
Quote, March 23, 2026 could be the most transformative Monday Albertans with disabilities have ever witnessed. Everything hangs on one fundamental pillar that drives our democracy forward. Elected officials must listen. When they listen, they unlock vital opportunities for people to thrive. When they ignore the call, that slamming door echoes across Canada like thunder. End quote. Those were the words of disability advocate Cam Tate. Monday could have been the day the UCP listened to the Albertans who have advocated for decades, responded to the call from their own disability advocate, and recognized the value, dignity, and humanity of the 1 in 4 Albertans who live with disabilities. It could have been the day Alberta joined the rest of the country and finally passed accessibility legislation. Brought forward by my extraordinary colleague from St. Albert, Bill 206 would have ensured that Albertans with disabilities would have access to public services, buildings, technology, and communications to ensure that they could live a barrier-free life. This was a nonpartisan bill that would make employment possible for more than 15,000 Albertans, would make life more fair, accessible, and hopeful for thousands of Alberta kids with disabilities. But instead, the UCP ignored the call, and that slamming door echoes across Alberta like thunder. The UCP voted against Bill 206 unanimously. They didn't have one single valid reason why they couldn't support it, not one. Most of them clearly didn't even bother reading it. The UCP simply couldn't put aside their partisanship and support accessibility legislation because it was an Alberta NDP MLA who introduced it. As Cam Tate wrote this morning, quote, the politicians who gleefully voted against this inclusion mandate need to hang their heads in absolute shame. Every single MLA who voted no should be forced to sit down and write a heartfelt handwritten letter to all parents of kids with disabilities explaining exactly why they decided to crush their hope, end quote. So let me speak to all the Albertans with disabilities, as well as their families, their neighbours, their caregivers, their friends. Let me be very clear. An Alberta NDP government will pass accessibility legislation. You have our word, period.
Honourable member for Camrose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Highway 21 is a major transportation corridor that runs parallel to the Camrose constituency. It is a highway that intersects and serves a number of constituencies across central Alberta, and sadly, there have been a number of accidents along this stretch of road. The nature of this highway has been raised repeatedly by the City of Camrose, Camrose County, and countless community members. I continue to hear from families who have been impacted as a direct result of serious accidents on this stretch of highway, and those stories weigh heavily on our community. Our community remains steadfast in advocating for the Highway 21 passing lane project to be prioritized in this upcoming budget cycle. We understand that Alberta is a large province with many competing priorities. However, as the provincial representative for this area, I feel compelled to speak on behalf of my constituents and to advocate for their safety. Statistics show there were 592 collisions along this stretch of highway between 2014 and 2018. Additionally, as reported in the Camrose Booster, data collected from the Camrose Fire Department and other responding agencies record 73 collisions between 2019 and 2022 along this same section of road. Traffic counts data show between 4,170 and 7,410 vehicles travel this corridor each day, with an average of approximately 4,680 vehicles daily at the Highway 13 intersection alone. I want to thank the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors for his determined work, and I look forward to working with him to find solutions to make our roads safer. My community recognizes the province is managing a deficit at this time. However, we are hopeful that priority can still be given to Highway 21 because improving safety on this corridor is not just about infrastructure, it's about protecting lives.
Calgary Northeast.
A forest was set on fire. Animals screamed. Birds scattered, their wings cut through panic. Flying above the burning forest was a small bird who saw flames engulfing its home, heard animals begging for help, and felt its duty to not flee and do something. It flew to the nearby river, filled its beak with the trembling drops of water, and poured on the flames. Someone asked the bird, "What difference will your small drops make to this fire?" And the bird replied, "I know these drops may not stop this fire, but when the history of this forest will be written, my name will be written on those who try to stop the fire and not those who set this forest on fire." Later, other birds joined and they extinguished the fire. Today, Alberta feels the same fire. Fire of separatism burning our economy, fire of corruption reducing Albertans' trust to embers, fire of anti-immigrant hate turning our province's fabric to ashes. But on this side of the House, just like that little bird, Mr. Speaker, we will pour the drops of love, unity, and resilience on this fire of separatism. We will pour the drops of ethics, morals, and values on this fire of corruption. And we will pour the drops of diversity, equity, and inclusion on this fire of anti-immigrant hate. And with Albertans on our side, we will extinguish this fire. And when the history of this province will be written, Alberta NDP will be named on the right side of it. We can, we must, and we will do better. Better is possible.
I rise today to tell the story of an Edmonton senior with a serious long-term health condition and his health care horror story. After coughing up blood, he took an Uber to the Misericordia Hospital Emergency Department, where he waited 10 hours overnight before he was finally seen at 7 a.m. Eventually, he was released with medication, but getting worse at home, scared of the long wait, he had to go back to emergency a week later. This time, he went to the University of Alberta Hospital, where after 8 hours, he was admitted, but no beds were available. The first night he spent in a hallway. The second night in a room not designed for patients. The third night he was moved to a converted storage room, and for the subsequent 8 nights, he was treated in a hallway. He never got into a patient room. The overworked doctors and nurses did their best under terrible conditions. The nurses checked on him as often as they could, but struggled to treat him in the hallway until his eventual release. The UCP were handed some of the strongest economic conditions in a generation, yet they are doubling Alberta's debt in just 4 years. They are not spending their giant $9.4 billion deficit on improving emergency health care. Never have I seen a government spend so much for so little. Albertans are rightly asking, where did the money go? After 7 years of the UCP, our public health care system is worse than it's ever been. The real issues that most Albertans are concerned with are shunted aside while the Smith government burns billions dismantling our public health care system. Albertans want to know, where did the money go?
I will remind the honourable member that it's always inappropriate to mention another member's name at any time in here.
In special committees.
The honourable member for Lacombe-Panoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 99, I can advise the Assembly that the Standing Committee on Private Bills has reviewed the petitions for the Ranchmen's Club Ordinance Amendment Act 2026 and the Prairie Bible Institute Amendment Act 2026, which were presented to the Assembly on March 17, 2026, and that the petitions do comply with Standing Orders 90 to 94. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, notices of motions, introduction of bills.
Honourable members, it is very close to 1:50. Consequently, it is time for oral question period, and the first question today belongs to the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the Finance Minister, the price of gasoline is up 30 cents a litre in Calgary over the last 3 weeks. But on her radio show this weekend, the Premier minimized the cost of living crisis that Albertans are facing, saying saving $7 a tank won't help anybody. It's worth noting that's more for most Albertans than the much-vaunted tax cut last year. Does the finance minister believe that Albertans are not facing an affordability crisis if a jump of 30 cents per litre is no big deal?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and President of Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister believes that affordability is a great concern for Albertans and Canadians generally. That's what we're hearing most consistently. That's why Budget 26 was about prioritizing what matters: healthcare, education, and maintaining our great advantages over every other province. If you took the next closest province's taxation and laid it over top of Alberta, it would be $16.9 billion more paid out of the pockets of Albertans and Alberta businesses. Look at what's happening in BC. You might want to get the KMs from the mothership. Huge deficits, no plan, no help.
The honourable member.
I think the minister accidentally read his own talking points there. Huge deficits, no plan.
That's right.
Because if the plan is pray for a war in the Middle East, it's no plan for Albertans.
Yeah.
This is a windfall on the backs of Albertans. Albertans are not getting tax relief because of a technicality. If the war had started 3 weeks earlier, we'd be paying 16 cents less per litre. But we're in the legislative session now. The finance minister could easily table legislation to give Albertans that tax relief. Will he?
Point of order is noted at 151. The minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're the only province that has legislated our fuel tax relief program, so it's there permanently. It makes a pile of sense for both the province and for Albertans. As the price of oil rises and the price of gas rises with it, we take in larger royalties. We provide that relief to the province. I've explained the monitoring period and how it works. You can only make the change on the quarters. That's how it works for the retailers. And I find this whole line of questioning funny coming from the team that brought in the carbon tax to make fuel more expensive because you told everyone drive less.
Honourable member.
And yet gas is much more expensive now than it was then. Yep. Albertans are struggling with the rising cost of everything. And this budget makes life more expensive for all Albertans. $10 a pound for ground beef, $6 for a jar of peanut butter, and mums having to put grapes back at the till because they can't afford them for their kids. And these prices are only going to go up with the price of energy. The Premier said on her radio show she'll do something else to deal with affordability. What's something else?
The Honourable Minister of Utilities and Affordability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Rich coming from the NDP, who literally ran the last election on raising taxes for Albertans. Right. They phased out coal, passing on $2 billion of cost to taxpayers. They brought in the renewable energy program that we still pay $40, $50, $60, $80 million a year for. Their bad plans. They brought in the carbon tax, raising the cost of everything. Mr. Speaker, these costs drive up the costs for every person in Alberta. We are the government that stood up for Alberta, brought in an income tax cut, and got rid of the carbon tax, and thankfully got rid of the—
Honourable member, Minister, when I stand up, you got to stop talking. Minister?
Well, thank you to the minister for admitting that—
The opposition, sorry.
Sorry, I took the promotion. Thank you to the minister for admitting that this government has no plan to deal with affordability.
That's right.
Now, I will say that the Premier and her Minister of Finance don't appear to be on the same page. The Premier these days blames immigration for everything, but for blowing a hole in the budget. But the budget shows that slowing down immigration stifles economic growth. That must have been a very interesting conversation at the Cabinet table. Could the Minister of Finance please clarify what this government is doing to actually achieve economic growth and their plan to end their string of endless deficits?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I appreciate the Leader of the Opposition talking about immigration, something that's top of mind for us and all Albertans as we deal with the largest population growth this province has ever seen. Now, Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure we're focusing on economic immigration because we have a booming economy and we need to support the labour market as we go forward. In the last year, Mr. Speaker, we've created 85,000 new jobs. Without Alberta, that's 35,000 in the whole for the whole entire country, Mr. Speaker. We're leading the way. I have no idea what they're talking about.
Order, honourable member.
It's a shame that the government House Leader hasn't read the government's budget, which says clearly strong population growth over the past few years has supported consumer spending, job creation, the supply of highly skilled workers, and increasing housing activity, end quote. And yet, the Premier says that her government was completely overwhelmed and unprepared for 2 years of above-average population growth, something every Premier of Alberta has had to face, and she blames it all on immigrants. Does the Finance Minister agree that this is the driver?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we've never assigned any blame for the challenges the province faces. The province will always need immigration. As the Immigration Minister said, we need targeted economic immigration. We have many gaps in our labour force that we need to fill because we're the only province that is creating jobs and investment, and we're draining from the whole entirety of the country. Canada's net job numbers would have been negative if it wasn't for Alberta in the last year. The big projects we've mentioned, Dow, de Havilland, Lufthansa, that is all happening here, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member.
Of course, the Premier and the Minister of Immigration blame immigrants every day for their economic woes. But this budget is unprecedented in so many ways. Never before has a government spent so much to achieve so little during good economic times with a giant deficit. They wasted the boom during the boom. We know about the new carpet in the Premier's office that costs more than a house. We know about hundreds of millions of dollars wasted with political meddling in health care. It's extraordinary waste, fraud and corruption. So simple question, where did the money go?
Mr. Speaker, look at our track record. Doubling the Heritage Fund, paying off $15 billion in debt. That hasn't happened in any jurisdiction that I'm aware of in the world. That's what's happened just recently here. When have we done this? During a population boom. The members are referencing an economic boom. That has not been the case. People have chosen to come here. They've moved and voted with their feet to come here because of our affordability advantages and because of the opportunities that we're creating. We're the fastest skater on a slow team, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue.
Honourable member for the third set of questions, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, if the government's plan to reduce the number of immigrants is by getting rid of the affordability advantage, they're doing a great job.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, corruption runs deep. We've just received news that Sam Jabber, whose offices were raided by the RCMP, has, quote, voluntarily, unquote, gone on leave from Invest Alberta. Why did this have to be voluntary? Why didn't the government cut ties with this person who's been under investigation for months and ask him to step aside from the board that they appointed him to?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as noted, the member of the IAC board has stepped down. But I'd also like to take this opportunity to express how important the Invest Alberta Corporation is to the province of Alberta and the incredible work that they do. As an onboarding partner, they work with me and my ministry, my department, and other places around Alberta, municipalities, to find investment, to attract it here to Alberta, and to create jobs and to create wealth, something that was driven away after multiple years of the NDP in power. And, Mr. Speaker, we're still cleaning up their mess.
Honourable member.
Which, of course, speaks to the need for Invest Alberta to be absolutely above reproach and not filled with political cronies and friends on their board. I asked this question yesterday, and I was insulted and belittled, and the minister defended Mr. Jabber, and now, surprise, surprise, Mr. Jabber is gone. A man that the Premier took on a trip to the Middle East, a man who hosted the Premier and her staff in a lavish suite in Vancouver, who is related to Mr. Murray. Why has this taken so long? Why does the government get wrapped up with these people in the first place?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the Leader of the Opposition understands the mandate of Invest Alberta, but their job is to help continue to attract investment to Alberta, and they've done that in the past. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have Invest Alberta representatives around the entire world who help create relationships and build connections for Alberta companies. It's what they do. And yes, Mr. Speaker, me and the Premier also meet with Invest Alberta to talk about those economic opportunities. And it's good news. Over the last year, the province has created 85,000 jobs, and there's more to talk about in the next answer.
Honourable member.
So the minister may not know the answer to that question, but here's what we know about Mr. Murray, the Justice Minister's cousin. He's got a criminal record. He's got multiple bankruptcies. He's the subject of many lawsuits. What he doesn't have is any experience in healthcare. Yet this government, made up of his sons, nephews and cousins, has handed him hundreds of millions of dollars of contracts in healthcare, and he's still sitting on $50 million of taxpayer money that he's had for years that we can't get back. Why is this government so hesitant to cut ties with this guy?
The Honourable Minister of Hospitals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite raised the $49 million that is outstanding for the procurement of 3.5 million units of children's medication. As I've shared in this House, the expectation is that when our service providers like AHS order products or services, they are received. AHS is currently going through the steps to remedy this situation and is evaluating legal options. The other contracts that the members opposite have referenced, the South and Central surgical procurements, were cancelled earlier this year by AHS, and we are implementing 18 of Judge Wyant's recommendations on procurement.
The next question belongs to the honourable member for Edmonton, Millwoods.
$49 million, Mr. Speaker. That's how much extra this government prepaid Sam Raish and his company, MH Care Medical, for medicines Alberta never received in 22 and 23. That's $49 million plus a lot of interest that could be used to help fix the crisis in our emergency rooms or build more schools. Instead, $49 million of Alberta's money has been gone for years, and we have nothing to show for it. What is the Premier doing to get back the $49 million from a deal she chose?
The Honourable Minister of Hospitals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the member's concern over the way this procurement occurred, and we agree with Justice Wyant that it did not meet the expectation of Albertans, which is why we've engaged RSM, a leader, to help us improve our contracting and procurement practices as it has been moved out of AHS into the Health Shared Services Organization. To specifically answer the member opposite's question, again, we are working to remedy this situation, or AHS is rather. They're going through a process through contract tools, arbitration, and ultimately are evaluating legal options to recover the $49 million.
Honourable member.
The way the procurement occurred is AHS brought the government options, and the Premier chose the worst one that they did not recommend. This was purely because of her choices.
Right.
In her final weeks on the job, former CEO Athana Mentzelopoulos had not only started looking into questionable procurement and shady contracts, a letter dated on December 20th, 2024 shows that she was actively trying to get that $49 million back from MH Care. Too bad the Premier and this team decided to fire that individual instead. Interesting timing. Why does the Premier still not have a plan?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of deficiencies in the contracting and procurement that occurred in this case. For example, conflicts of interest were not properly managed. Alternatives for sourcing the products were not properly vetted, and supervisors signed off on recommendations without reviewing the materials. These are some of the reasons why Judge Wyant was brought in to investigate the situation and the things that informed his 18 recommendations. We are taking those, implementing all of them across our health system, and we will also be using RSM to align our practices with the best jurisdictions in the world so this doesn't happen again.
Honourable member.
The Premier told Albertans at a podium that this entire deal came from her office and she was driving it. No legal review, conflicts of interest. The UCP paid millions for unusable Turkish Tylenol, then more to store it, then more to throw it away. Money was completely wasted at every single step of this story, and it all started from the Premier's office. Right. Will the Premier apologize?
The Honourable Minister of Hospitals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've already outlined that, of course, this instance of procurement was not executed to the standards that Albertans expect. We take accountability for that, and that's why we are implementing the recommendations of Justice Wyant. It's why we've hired RSM to make sure that our procurement practices, which have now been moved out of AHS into the Health Shared Service Organizations, are aligned with the best practices in the world, and we're going to move forward with public, transparent, and fair processes to procure products and services going forward. And AHS is working through the process of recovering the $49 million in funds.
The next set of questions belongs to the honourable member for Edmonton Decorah.
Mr. Speaker, last year this government passed legislation allowing Albertans to self-refer privately pay for diagnostic imaging, including MRI and CT scans. Cancer is the leading cause of death in Alberta, and evidence shows that early detection saves lives and reduces cost on hospitalization. Today, Alberta women can self-refer for mammogram screening, and that service is publicly insured. Will the Minister of Health inform the House that self-referred cancer screening will remain insured?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, and in fact, we have been very clear on any dual practice, but I think the member opposite is confusing legislation. Dual practice legislation passed in the fall. We have yet to pass any legislation or anything around the self-referrals or diagnostics, self-diagnostics. So, Mr. Speaker, we're continuing to do that engagement. We'll be happy to bring forward more information in the near future.
The honourable member.
Given Budget 2026 cuts more than $1 billion from diagnostic and therapeutic services, given the provincial data projects 56% increase in new cancer cases and almost 50% increase in cancer deaths by 2040, will the minister commit today that no publicly funded cancer screening, including mammogram, will be delisted, reclassified, or shifted into private pay model because of the current budget cuts?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I reiterated this over and over again in estimates. I'm happy to do it here. There are no budget cuts. Just because money has been transferred to Cancer Care Alberta or to Primary Care Alberta, it still exists. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Cancer Care Alberta now has the largest budget it has ever had, over $250 million more dollars at $1.2 billion, and Primary Care Alberta has gone from had an additional $360.5 million in the next budget, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member.
Given the cancer care is not the question. The question is cancer prevention, screening, and cancer education. Given that the UCB budget cut $1 billion from diagnostic services, and given funding for cancer prevention and screening is being reduced in budget 2026, the minister calls it reallocation. It's a reduction from the budget line. What concrete action will this government take to ensure all Albertans have access to publicly funded cancer screening and early detection?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure why it's so difficult for the members opposite to understand when you move money from one budget line to another. But we are, in fact, Mr. Speaker, doing more cancer screening, whether it's breast cancer, whether it's lung cancer, whether it's prostate cancer, colorectal cancer, and also cervical cancer screening, Mr. Speaker. We are, in fact, increasing. In fact, we had a 104% increase in the number of women receiving mammograms since 2020. We were the first province in Canada to introduce self-referral under the age of 50 for women's breast cancer.
The honourable next question belongs to the honourable member for Calgary-Lougheed.
Mr. Speaker, with economic uncertainty on many Albertans' minds, having access to meaningful work has never been more important. Budget 2026 proposes a record $247 million investment in employment services to help people build skills, connect with employers, and take advantage of new opportunities. This is a significant commitment to strengthen our workforce and support Alberta families. To the Minister of Assisted Living and Social Services, how will this investment help more Albertans not only find work, but keep it and build lasting and meaningful careers?
Good question. The Honourable Minister for Social Services.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately the NDP, when they were in government, made such a mess of it that they lost the most jobs in the history of the province, 183,000 jobs. They lost their way so much they told Albertans who didn't have a job that they should just move to BC, Mr. Speaker, and have gone as far as to say to people with disabilities they can't participate in the workforce, Mr. Speaker. Our government believes in something very, very different. It's why last year I doubled our money for employment supports, and this year I added another $60 million to it for over $250 million, Mr. Speaker, to stand with Albertans who want to enter the workforce, because our philosophy is the opposite of the NDP. We believe every Albertan deserves an opportunity to have a good job.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that many Albertans are navigating job loss, career changes, and new training opportunities, and given this government is stepping up with a record investment to meet that challenge, can the same minister expand on how initiatives like Work First Alberta
are delivering real, measurable results by connecting Albertans to good jobs, improving access to training, and ensuring people across this province have the tools they need to succeed.
The Minister of Assisted Living and Social Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Workforce Alberta worked with 437,000 Albertans last year, Mr. Speaker, has a success rate of almost 70%, being able to help people get into the workforce. Mr. Speaker, again, a sharp contrast from what we saw with the NDP when they were in government, who saw the largest job losses in history, Mr. Speaker, and also continue to advocate to be able to not bring in other programs that can help people who face barriers to employment, like those with disabilities, Mr. Speaker. We believe people with disabilities and others who have challenges entering the workforce deserve the same opportunity as every Albertan, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to reject the NDP's philosophy.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to the Minister for his answer. Given that persons with disabilities, youth and low-income Albertans often face the toughest barriers to entering the workforce, and given this government is making targeted investments to break down those barriers, can the same minister explain how these supports are opening doors and creating real opportunities so that every Albertan, regardless of their circumstances, has a fair shot to succeed in Alberta's growing economy?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the NDP and governments before them continued with the wrong approach under H, which said to everybody, whether they could work or not, that they must go under H or not receive any disability supports, that punished them for participating in the workforce, that took away their paychecks for participating in the workforce, Mr. Speaker. This government has heard from the disability community, has changed that, Mr. Speaker, is investing in employment supports, Mr. Speaker, because we are not ableists. We truly believe that all Albertans have an opportunity to participate in the workforce. When's the NDP going to stand with the disabled in this province for real, Mr. Speaker?
Here. The next question belongs to the member for Banff, Kananaskis.
The independence of the AER is essential in maintaining public trust. That independence is called into question when the Minister's office directs the AER to create advanced projects and cancel public hearings and do whatever else. This conflict includes the AER CEO and board who met with Northback Holdings before public hearing commissioners had rendered a decision on Grassy Mountain mine exploration. In typical UCP style, the Premier just fired the commissioner that raised these concerns. How can Albertans trust the UCP when they and the AER are blatantly undermining standard processes?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. The reality is that the AER is a fantastic organization that regulates for many parts of the work that we do here in Alberta. We have full confidence that they will make sure that they regulate for the safety, the well-being, the environmental standards that we have. The high standards in the world are right here in Alberta. We believe that the AER will continue to do that for Albertans.
Honourable member.
Well, given I'd love to believe that too, Mr. Speaker, but it's the interference in the AER decision-making that's a question here. But that's also just the tip of the blackened iceberg. Given the UCP's incompetence has undermined certainty in the industry as they have yet to release their coal industry modernization initiative, their inconsistency has led to several lawsuits, including a new one from Northback Holdings for $2 billion. Did the minister know about these pending lawsuits when he defined Northback's plan for coal mining as an advanced project? Will Albertans be stuck with the bill for the UCP's flip-flopping and irreversible cost?
The Honourable, you got to stop when I stand up, member. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Alberta's government has executed agreements with certain coal companies that resolve lawsuits against the government of Alberta. Two companies have publicly disclosed some details to comply with Australian law. We are unable to comment on these matters as the terms of the settlements are confidential in accordance with the agreements. Alberta's government has worked to conclude these matters fairly and in accordance with Alberta's desires and best interests, and it is committed to protecting the foothills and the Rocky Mountains, as we always have.
There's a point of order noted at 2:14, honourable member.
Given the UCP government spent just under $240 million settling lawsuits with foreign coal mining companies, given the Mines and Minerals Act allows the minister to cancel a coal agreement if it is not in the public interest, given between the Atrium and Montum lawsuits that should have amounted to about $62 million, but those suits were settled for $175.8 million more, and Albertans were stuck with the bill. To the Minister of Finance, how are Albertans' tax dollars being protected in these coal lawsuits when they're being settled for so much more?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that under the NDP in 2016, they invited those coal companies from Australia to come here and do this. And the Minister of Environment has said this on many occasions, and yet they continue to bring up this as if they are wrapped around this ability to be able to protect the eastern slopes. The reality is that we are not allowing any new open-pit mine projects in the eastern slopes. That is the reality, Mr. Speaker. It is almost funny to watch the No Development Party as they twist themselves into knots on this coal issue. Mr. Speaker, we are going to protect Albertans and we're going to protect the eastern slopes.
The next question belongs to the honourable member for Edmonton South.
Albertans are focused on the basics: affordable living, access to health care, quality public education, and good jobs. They expect a government that budgets responsibly and delivers results. Instead, this budget spends more, delivers less, and makes life more expensive while failing to fix the high cost of living, overcrowded classrooms, and a failing healthcare system. Can the government explain why they have failed on affordability, are focused on the wrong priorities, while everyday Albertans are left paying more and getting less?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, well, right in the member's question, it highlights the priorities of this budget. 7.2% increase in education, 6% across the House, while keeping our spending below population plus inflation during a population boom. Mr. Speaker, I agree with her in that sense. We're hearing the same thing. We believe it too. Healthcare and education are the priorities right now for this government. They ask where the money went. That's where it went. It went to teachers. It went to nurses. It went to improving these systems that we all rely on.
Honourable member.
Given that this government is on track to double Alberta's debt in just 4 years, after squandering a resource boom during the boom, and given that the prosperity should mean that everybody in Alberta has a better quality of life, not just for this government's rich friends, where did the money go? Why are families still struggling to see improvements in the services they rely on every single day?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not really adapting with our notes there for the second question. If you heard the first one, $32 billion in health care. The province is expecting to take in about $23 billion in corporate income tax and personal income tax. Just understand that for context. It's all going into healthcare. It's all going into education. Imagine what that does to every other ministry that has important stakeholders and people that care about whether it's agriculture, energy, Indigenous relations, municipal affairs, transportation. That is the focus.
Struggling to keep up with rising costs, and this Premier accepted private jets and luxury hotel stays from the Saudi government. And given that during that trip, this government used the notwithstanding clause against striking teachers, all while voting down stronger ethics rules like the No More Skyboxes bill, how can this UCP government justify this level of entitlement while everyday Albertans are being asked to do more with less?
Yes.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've never seen someone put so much into one question that had nothing to do with the other issues. Without this government, without the leadership of the Premier, we wouldn't have the record investment in Alberta that is creating thousands of jobs, Mr. Speaker. Investment similar to Lufthansa Technic, $120 million aircraft engine maintenance facility, repair facility right in Calgary, Mr. Speaker. And I have a whole list of these investments, Mr. Speaker, that I'm happy to go on and table at some point. But the reality is, what the member is saying is completely off base with reality, Mr. Speaker. I'd encourage that member to do some research and fact-checking.
This would be a good time just to hear the question and the answer. Let's start with Grant Prairie.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rights of churches, people of faith, and every cultural group are under attack in Canada. The federal bill C9 got rammed through the House of Commons in Ottawa, and the rumors of removing charitable status from houses of worship are leaving many churches and organizations worried. Worried they may not be able to keep their doors open if they see a change such as this take place, and worried their community leaders might be going to jail if they follow their faith. Can the Minister of Justice please explain what he is doing to protect religious freedoms and freedom of speech in this province, regardless of faith?
The Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for Grand Prairie for bringing up a very important issue, one that many Albertans and Canadians all across the country are very concerned about. Let me be absolutely clear. Our government will always defend religious freedom in this province. We'll consistently advocate to our federal counterparts. We will explore every single legal and constitutional we have, Mr. Speaker. We've heard from Albertans, and we're going to stand by them through and through.
Hear, hear. Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the persistent rise in faith-based violence across Alberta and of Canada, and given that we encompass a wide range of people from many backgrounds, of many faiths and cultures who don't feel as safe as they used to, and that the federal bill C9 is a direct attack upon the freedom of religion and freedom of speech that each Albertan loves about and cares about, and that has been a cornerstone of Canadian culture. Can the Minister of Justice please explain how we're working to stem the rise of hateful faith-based violence and keep our rights for freedom and religion here in Alberta?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government has and always will take decisive steps to make sure that we confront hate head-on and we keep Albertans safe. Every Albertan in this province deserves to be safe, regardless of who they worship or what they believe in, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're putting boots on the ground. That's why we're increasing sheriffs on our streets. That's why we're shoring up our Alberta Crown Prosecution Service. But here's what we're not going to do, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to propose motions and speak about defunding the police. We're not going to attack and disparage our policing agencies, Mr. Speaker. That's not acceptable. Here on this side of the House, we protect Albertans.
Grand Prairie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the federal bill C9 is not just an attack on freedom of religion and freedom of speech, but there has been a rise of arson and attacks on places of worship across Canada, including the burning down of St. Jean Baptiste Roman Catholic Church in Morinville, here in Alberta. Can the Minister of Justice please explain what he is doing to protect places of worship from arsonists and other crimes targeting Albertans who practice their freedom of religion and freedom of speech in Alberta as they continue to build our communities and our social fabric?
Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer is simple. On this side of the House, we're standing by our policing agencies. We're working with faith-based groups to fund security assessments, security infrastructure improvements, and immediate security responses. Alongside with the Minister of Public Safety, Mr. Speaker, we are supporting a whole suite of supports to make sure that people of faith and the religious institutions are well protected. Mr. Speaker, in this world that we live in, places of worship should remain the safest places. That's what we're going to do here on this side of the House.
The next question belongs to the member for Calgary Foothills.
The budget banks more than $13 billion in non-renewable resource revenue, which is the fourth highest in Alberta's history. And yet this government managed to dig themselves into a $9.4 billion deficit. In just 2 years, it's a negative $18 billion swing. While the Premier enjoys private jets and luxury hotels, Albertans are asking, where has the money gone? We know Sam Raich is collecting interest on the $50 million that he was paid for Turkish Tylenol he never delivered. Will the Finance Minister recover that money for Alberta taxpayers?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it is interesting hearing these debt and deficit questions coming from the NDP. How quickly they have forgotten the debt and deficit that they racked up on behalf of Albertans at a time when they were making life more expensive by bringing in things like the carbon tax, at a time that they were using the retained earnings in the Heritage Fund to make that deficit smaller, while we've been saving for the future, managing surpluses well, paying down $15 billion in debt, while addressing the priorities of the time, healthcare, education, and social safety net.
Foothills, Calgary Foothills.
Given last year the Finance Minister wanted us to ask more questions about his deficit, given that the UCP government has wasted over $100 million in their failed bid to privatize lab services in Calgary, given that this UCP government gave hundreds of millions of private surgical contracts to their friend Sam Raich, and given that millions more have gone into severance packages to fired health executives and board members, how could Albertans trust this government to manage their taxes with $1 billion wasted in this government's efforts to privatize health care?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member's not wrong about one part of that. I did want them to ask more questions about debt and deficit last year, because every day we hear in this House why we need to spend more across all of government, every day. And then the criticism that we hear, they don't like where we've decreased expense or limited spending. They don't like where we've increased revenue. They don't like that we have conservative forecasts that leave upside for the province. We will continue with that, Mr. Speaker. We will manage in the good years.
Calgary Foothills.
Given that this UCP government has wasted more by blowing up AHS into at least 11 new top-heavy organizations, given that they have wasted at least $53 million on AHS restructuring, and the changes will likely cost Albertans hundreds of millions more in rebranding, relocating people, severance packages, legal fees, asset transfers, and lost synergies, how can Albertans trust this government to use their tax dollars efficiently and transparently when there's no accounting for the dismantling of AHS?
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, having AHS accountable is the whole reason for the restructuring, Mr. Speaker. Those AHS contracts that the members opposite continue to tout is the very reason we need to take those contracts out of AHS. It's AHS individuals that had those contracts. They were approved at all levels of AHS, Mr. Speaker. It is the reason why we are, in fact, improving the system. In primary care, we now have 3,000 more doctors than we had just a couple of years ago, and we're going to continue to make it better.
The next question belongs to the honourable member for Red Deer South.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta is simply the best, better than all the rest. Over the past year, Alberta added 85,000 net jobs, more than 9 times the next closest province. Over the past year, the rest of Canada lost more than 33,000 net jobs. Mr. Speaker, there is too much NDP in other parts of Canada.
Hear, hear.
To the minister, why is Alberta the best jurisdiction to start and grow business?
Great.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is correct. Alberta is the best because this government understands a fundamental principle that governments don't create wealth. The private sector does. We have a role to play to create an environment where wealth creators and job creators can come here and do what they do best. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, we have seen job growth of 3.3% over the last year. Mr. Speaker, 85,000 new jobs in Alberta year over year. That is a win, and it shows that Alberta is leading the pack and people are choosing and voting with their feet.
The honourable member.
Given that every year Ottawa takes about $20 billion from productive Alberta businesses and workers for political vote-buying projects in other parts of the country. And given many Albertans are asking, other than attacking and hold Alberta back, what does Canada offer Alberta? To the minister, how many billions in capital investment and how many thousands of jobs has Ottawa cost Alberta?
Great question.
Honourable Minister of Jobs and Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for the question. On average, Alberta pays about $23 billion more per year than we receive back from the federal government in projects, benefits, and other spending. This means that over the past 20 years, Mr. Speaker, we have a net loss of nearly $500 billion. Trillion with a T, Mr. Speaker. That's a huge amount of money. Another example of Alberta is carrying Team Canada on our back, Mr. Speaker, leading the charge because we fight for fair treatment within Confederation, and we will not stop fighting under the leadership of our Premier.
Red Deer South.
Given that Alberta has the highest GDP per capita in Canada, given that Canada is seeing their GDP per capita falling like a rock, with Ontario and Quebec's average GDP per capita among the poorest of the U.S. states, given the average U.S. person produces about 50% more per person than the average in Canada, to the minister, how can Albertans be protected from being dragged into the economic decline of the rest of Canada?
Great question.
The Minister of Jobs.
Mr. Speaker, in this question period, one of the members opposite said that we inherited one of the strongest financial positions ever. In 2019, we took over government. That could not be further from the truth, but despite the difficult circumstances that we inherited from the members opposite and the disaster they left for us, Alberta is set to continue to lead Canada in economic growth, not just 25, not just in 26, but in 27, Mr. Speaker, because of the leadership of this Premier and the members of this government caucus, Alberta is winning, and we're leading it with job creation, investment, and job growth. 85,000 jobs this year.
Next question belongs to the honourable member for Edmonton Southwest, and let's hear the question and let's hear the answer.
Mr. Speaker, data centres should bring jobs, economic prosperity, and help Alberta achieve data sovereignty. We'd welcome these good things, but what the government hasn't revealed are the potential long-term environmental impacts from their high water and energy usage. Of the 38 data centres proposed in the province, 3/4 of them are in regions under high or extremely high water stress. Since there are no new water licenses in the South Saskatchewan watershed, will the minister explain where the water is going to come from?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Technology and Innovation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, we get a question on my file. This is great. Mr. Speaker, look, I want to reassure all Albertans we are going to make sure that any data centre infrastructure investment in this province is done in a way that is in the best interests of Albertans. And that includes making sure that we are responsible in how we develop our water. Now, the good news, Mr. Speaker, is that there is new technology that is coming out so that data centres can actually cool their infrastructure with zero water. If the members opposite actually did their homework, they would know that this is true. And in fact, it's a made in Alberta technology.
You got to stop when I stand up, Minister. Go ahead.
Given that there are concerns that data centres could expose Albertans to chemicals from gas turbines that can worsen diseases like asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and given that forever chemicals used in their cooling systems and electrical components are also linked to cancers, birth defects, and thyroid disease, what is the mitigation strategy to ensure Albertans are protected and that these chemicals don't end up in our air or water? Or will the government admit there is no plan at all and they're just making it up as they go?
The Minister.
Well, what I can tell you is that the NDP have no plan on how to build an economy and create jobs, Mr. Speaker, because their idea of doing that was to impose a carbon tax on Albertans and then hand millions of dollars to an Ontario company to screw in LED light bulbs and replace showerheads, Mr. Speaker. What we're doing instead is a made-in-Alberta approach to ensure we have the strictest and safest environmental protections for any industrial development, including data centres. And the good news, Mr. Speaker, is that even though we have those strict controls, we are having a gold rush of opportunity of investors who are coming to invest in Alberta and create jobs here.
Okay, well, everybody must have got something really important to say just there, but it turned out only one person was supposed to be heard. So let's start with the question and let's hear the answer too.
Mr. Speaker, given that data centres are driving energy demand at a time when Alberta's electricity system is already under pressure, and given that the minister stated every single data centre facility could turn into a peaker plant for the grid in periods of high demands, but what the minister doesn't tell you is that data centres could draw from the grid during peak times as well. What assurances will families and businesses have that grid stability won't be impacted and that they won't see their costs for power spike because of increased demand on the grid?
Minister of Technology and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear. Affordability and reliability of the grid is paramount, and every single one of our policies will protect that. No questions asked. Mr. Speaker, what we are doing is making sure that if someone is going to be connected to the grid and able to draw from it, they have to have an agreement in writing with the grid operator. We're never going to let someone plug into the grid and draw power in periods of peak demand if they didn't have an agreement first. And the fact is that every other project is going to be connected to the grid that is developing more power than they need can serve as a peaker plant to offset the demand that the rest of Alberta needs help with. Mr. Speaker, this is good for Alberta.
You gotta stop talking when I stand up. Edmonton, Beverly, Clairview.
Mr. Speaker, Lorna has waited 3 years for a knee replacement. She finally has a surgery date, but worries it could be postponed because of the UCP staffing crisis. In 7 years, the UCP keeps making decisions that put patients at risk. Lorna can't wait any longer. She deserves to know the folks taking care of her aren't working in unsafe conditions. This government would move heaven and earth to support separatists, so why can't it do the same for Albertans like Lorna who just need health care?
The Honourable Minister of Hospitals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's stories like Lorna's which have informed our investment strategy on the surgical side. We've performed a record number, 318,000 last year. Through our investments in our internal ORs and our leveraging of chartered surgical facilities, we're on track to do 330,000 this year, but it doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. Through the Acute Care Action Plan, we secured over $500 million to do 50,000 incremental surgeries on top of those record volumes. That means, Mr. Speaker, more people will get their surgery faster, which is better for Albertans, better long-term outcomes.
The Honourable Member.
Given 1,000 new nursing graduates still need to be hired, given the UCP's supposed new hires haven't yet made it to Alberta's hospitals or to the front lines, and given other healthcare workers, including paramedics, wonder why they are still working short and face record levels of injury, burnout, and trauma. How long do these healthcare heroes and their patients have to wait before they finally get some relief and proper staffing levels in our healthcare system?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In actual fact, we've been adding record numbers of healthcare professionals, 2,200 doctors over the last 5 years, over 11,000 registered nurses over the same time period. We're up 74% in nurse practitioners, adding 484. We've added over 2,700 LPNs and almost 11,000 healthcare aides. Mr. Speaker, there's always more work to do. Alberta does hire the majority of people who graduate in health fields to work in our system. Mr. Speaker, as you've just heard, we're recruiting record numbers, always more to do, but Mr. Speaker, that's not accurate.
Everly Clairview.
Mr. Speaker, given that there's only about 120 advertisements out there for newly graduated nurses, given one healthcare worker recently said, quote, health professionals aren't just magically created, end quote, and given the system needs staffing and increased capacity of healthcare workers, but there is no plan, given healthcare workers can bring the lens of frontline health professionals to the table, yet the UCP excludes healthcare workers and their reps from all the task forces and committees that should be making those plans, how does the UCP expect to solve this crisis without including the healthcare experts, the workers themselves?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are in the process of doing a long-term workforce review, a 30-year workforce plan which will help us better invest in our post-secondary system and better calibrate policy to further grow our workforce. Mr. Speaker, you can't make up statistics either. I just outlined how we've added 25,000 healthcare professionals, 25,000 people over the last 5 years, Mr. Speaker. That's the largest component of our $32 billion investment in public health care. So, Mr. Speaker, despite what the members opposite say, we're hiring record numbers of healthcare professionals and will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville.
Mr. Speaker, the corner of Highway 16 and Secondary 855 near Mundare is a vital transportation link for local residents, commercial carriers and travellers moving through this busy east-west corridor. The intersection continues to face operational and safety challenges, and the province is reviewing it following recent collisions and long-standing concerns and identified in departmental assessments. To the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors, what work is underway to maintain and enhance safety at the Highway 16 Mundare corner, and how is the department supporting residents and motorists who rely?
Transportation and Economic Corridors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her advocacy for this very important intersection. I'm happy to say that functional planning study for Highway 16 and Highway 855 was well underway last year and completed by McElhaney, Mr. Speaker, and they found out that a diamond interchange is the best to make sure that this intersection is safe. There will be 4 corners that will need to be purchased for land, Mr. Speaker, at this intersection to make sure that construction on it will be done properly. But, Mr. Speaker, there's more additional engineering that needs to take place in order to fully design that. And as I said, the land purchase will have to happen so we can get this job done.
Saskatchewan-Vegreville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Given that the intersection has seen multiple serious collisions, including the July 23, 2025 incident involving a Mundare youth highlighting concerns about visibility and traffic flow, and given that the department has been reviewing interim improvements such as lighting, signage, and other safety measures. To the Minister, what maintenance work is underway at Highway 16 and 855, including winter servicing, road repairs, vegetation management, and signage upgrades?
The Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. MCON is our contracted highway maintenance provider in this area, and we just signed a 10-year deal with them, Mr. Speaker. But as is the case with all 25 of our highway maintenance areas, Mr. Speaker, we'll do annual reviews of them to make sure that adequate work is being done. But in this area, Mr. Speaker, on Highway 16, it does receive a full cut every year, but we're happy to work with the member to make sure that if there's any highway maintenance problems in this area, that we can get them addressed with MCON as soon as possible.
Fort Saskatchewan, Vegreville.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker and Minister. Given that the long-term safety improvements require coordinating planning, engineering and investment, and given that a full functional planning study for a future interchange is underway evaluating design options, access management, right-of-ways, and long-term safety benefits, can the Minister please explain how this long-term planning work is progressing and how it will help ensure safer and more efficient travel through Highway 16 Mundare Corner in the years ahead?
And go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I said, we're doing the proper work by making sure we can do the planning and then the engineering and then the construction dollars to follow right after, Mr. Speaker. That's the opposite of what the NDP did when they were in government. You look at the leader of the NDP when he was the mayor of Calgary for 11 years, Mr. Speaker. He talked about the Green Line, but he could never get it built, Mr. Speaker. So on this side, we make sure that we do the proper planning, the proper engineering, and then we can get construction dollars to follow to get the job done, something that the NDP leader, when he was the mayor, could never, ever accomplish when he led a government.
Honourable members, in about 30 seconds, we will continue with the daily routine.
And reports.
Calgary Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table, on behalf of my colleague from Edmonton Whitebud, the 2 columns written by disability advocate Cam Tate in support of Bill 206, one entitled Cowardly Display of Politics by UCP on Alberta Accessibility Act, the second entitled NDP Private Members Bill Essential for Albertans with Disabilities.
Okay. Any other tabling? Seeing none.
To the clerk.
No, you got to go tablings. Does he have one scheduled for the clerk? Cochrane, yesterday you stood up about this time too. Do you have a tabling by any chance?
I have a tabling, yeah.
Well, then you need to stand up during tablings. But since it's the second day, I'm going to allow it. But okay. You almost missed the boat again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table the requisite copies of MHA grant payments made to Brian Ward, lawyer of Sam Moraes, as shown on the GOA grant payment disclosure table found on alberta.ca.
You just have to table it.
Yep, just did. That's 20 words.
Okay, thank you. We don't count words, we just are sensitive to debate rather than just introducing the table. Okay, thank you for that. Okay. Points of order. First one today was called at or about 1:51, and I think that was called by the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you're correct. I did rise in a point of order. 151, the Leader of the Opposition was speaking in asking a question of the Minister of Finance. In that question, the Leader of the Opposition explicitly referenced the Minister and continues to say, plan is to pray for war in the Middle East, quote unquote. Mr. Speaker, I rise on 23I, imputing unavowed motives, and 23J, using abusive and insulting language. Unavowed motives towards an individual member, obviously, to imply that the Minister of Finance is praying or would pray for war at any point is deeply scandalous and inappropriate. And as you heard from the reaction from the government benches, and I think members opposite as well, it's definitely abusive or insulting language likely to create disorder in the House. Unfortunately, the opposition leader has a track record of these kind of comments. In November 2024, he said publicly, in allegedly a joke, that the UCP hates baby Jesus. And I will remind all members of this House, preceding just by a few minutes that comment from the opposition leader, we prayed together in this Assembly that we keep in mind their responsibility, their being members, to seek to improve the condition of all. To also imply that the Minister of Finance is praying not just to seek to improve the conditions of all, but instead for war, is incredibly inappropriate. We think deeply offensive, will continue to arouse chaos and disorder in this House, and we ask that the Leader of the Official Opposition personally apologize. When we talk about what a prayer is, Mr. Speaker, it is a heart asking Almighty Lord for something that they believe is absolutely sacred and serious. To ask any individual to pray for war or to say that they are is so far beyond the appropriate language in this House that it ought to be condemned as loudly as possible by both members of this House. And if I see the member of His Majesty's opposition House Leader rise to defend it, I will be scandalized.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that the Deputy Government House Leader is very impassioned on this moment. I do not have the benefit of the blues, Mr. Speaker. I did not hear my leader imply that the minister was praying for war. But I look forward to hearing the blues, Mr. Speaker. Quite literally, Mr. Speaker, in this place, just yesterday, we had a ruling where the government House Leader said, I never assume the Leader of the Official Opposition writes his own words. And that was not found to be a point of order because it was not a direct insult. In this case, I heard the Leader of the Official Opposition essentially say that hope is not a strategy, certainly not intended to offend any members, but I look forward to the blues to see what your ruling may be, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you. What I have here is that the government, or the opposition House Leader said, do you think? Thank you. I really appreciate that help, except for the part I probably don't. The opposition leader said the minister accidentally read his own talking points. Huge deficits, no plan. If the plan is to pray for war in the Middle East, it's no plan for Albertans. Well, let me just say, suggesting that somebody else is praying for war seems highly offensive and highly likely. No, let me, you know, I kind of listened quietly while you were talking. And you were quiet, in fairness. But I didn't make a lot of hand gestures either, right? So, listen, the suggestion that someone here is praying for war is highly offensive. We talk about how you can't say what you think is in somebody else's mind. We certainly don't get to suggest that we know what somebody else is praying for. Where the only point, this is highly offensive, the only point where it's on the line of a point of order, it says if the plan is to pray for war. Okay, the Honourable Opposition Leader didn't say the plan was to pray for war, but to suggest the plan might be to pray for war, I think that's always going to cause disruption in the House, as it did today. I think it would be appropriate to apologize for that, because there's some things you can suggest in debate that are unpleasant to the other side, but any way to suggest that somebody's praying for war or might be praying for war, that's highly offensive, and I think that apology is appropriate here.
On behalf of the member, I will apologize and withdraw.
The next point of order is at 2:14 p.m., moved by the Minister of Social Services, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on 23HI and J, Mr. Speaker, in regards to a interjection that was taking place between the honourable member from Edmonton-Glenora and the honourable the Environment Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the context of the words kickback towards the Environment Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'll draw your attention very quickly to a couple previous rulings in this space. March 12th, 2025, page 2520 of Hansard, ruled a point of order. I've read in the newspaper that apparently the minister is getting kickbacks. March 28, 2024, page 1664 of Hansard, just saying sellout to the minister, ruled point of order, apologized for. February 26, 2025, page 2438, how much did they pay you? I have other examples along those lines, Mr. Speaker. The challenge in this space, Mr. Speaker, is the member from Edmonton-Glenora is a very learned member of this chamber, a former deputy premier, a former cabinet minister. She certainly knows the traditions and the process of this place. And to imply in any way that any member of this chamber, let alone a minister of the Crown, is receiving kickbacks, Mr. Speaker, is highly inappropriate, particularly when you give the context of the debate is around the Samarais issue, one of the largest donors to the NDP. We know that they have been having parties with that individual. They've been bringing visa machines to collect payments. Nobody from this side of the House has implied that they're getting kickbacks when they're bringing visa machines to take place to get donations from these individuals, because that would be highly inappropriate, Mr. Speaker, even if I think it's true, Mr. Speaker. And so I would expect the member to stand, withdraw, and apologize, and respect the tradition of the chamber that she's been a member of for almost a dozen years.
The House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker, and I completely disagree with that member and the arguments he made. In fact, the rulings that he cites will make my point for me. The member opposite was heckling about the issue of Samarais and the rampant corruption that we seem to have seen with this government. $49 million still missing. But over and over, he is tied in with this government, with friends, family, and personal connections, and it seems to be personally benefiting from relationships with this government. It has continued since 2025 to be an issue of debate in this chamber. I will agree with the member that if we were to imply an individual member was accepting kickbacks, that would be unparliamentary. But a heckle within the context of the minister at the time was saying we aren't able to comment, and the member says kickbacks, is not accusing any individual member. And in fact, what the minister cited, May 12, 2025, page 2521 of Hansard, was specifically because someone was heckling the word kickbacks, and it was found not to be a point of order because the context at that moment was talking about the collectives. We are aware of the rules. The member is a very learned member of this chamber, and I completely disagree that this is a point of order. If she had accused an individual member, yes, she did not. I think it was an entirely appropriate heckle given the rampant corruption that we are discussing in this chamber.
Well, what we have witnessed here for everybody at home is two great examples of how not to order or argue an order of a point of order. Both sides use the opportunity to continue debate. Both wildly inappropriate on the government side, wildly inappropriate on the opposition side. I will ask both government House leaders, even if to advise their members, even if they happen to be those members, to not continue that practice. However, back to the specifics of the point of order. I have the blues. It says, two companies have publicly disclosed details to comply with Australian law. This is on coal mines. We are unable to comment on these matters as the terms of these settlements, at which point it has the member from Edmonton-Glenora saying kickbacks are confidential. So the opposition House Leader made your argument completely on the basis of context based on Samarais. Samarais was not part of this question at all. It was about coal mining, nothing to do with Samarais. And the comment on kickbacks was wildly inappropriate because it suggested somebody from the government might take a kickback, which would be illegal and against the law and maybe criminal. Completely inappropriate, requires an apology and a withdrawal.
On behalf of the member, I'll apologize and withdraw.
We are now at orders of the day.
Government bills and orders for second reading. Bill 17, Fiscal Measures Statutes Amendment Act 2026. Honourable Mr. Horner. Okay, just give me 5 minutes.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request leave to move second reading of Bill 17, the Fiscal Measures Statutes Amendment Act 2026. This bill includes key legislative amendments that would implement policies from Budget 2026. This year's budget is our plan to face a difficult year and respond to the challenges facing Alberta families, businesses, and communities today. It focuses on what matters, and I will outline the proposed amendments in Bill 17. First, we're proposing amendments to the Tourism Levy Act to increase the levy from 4% to 6%. This levy is collected by accommodation providers from their guests. Last year, the tourism levy generated $126 million, and the proposed changes are expected to generate additional revenue in 26-27. The new rate would take effect April 1st, 2026. Alberta remains a low-tax jurisdiction, and targeted levies like this help ensure more of the burden is shared by non-Albertans rather than broad-based taxes on Albertans. Bill 17 also proposes amendments to the Alberta Personal Income Tax Act to improve access to the caregiver credit. These changes would consolidate the caregiver credit and infirm and dependent credit into a new Alberta caregiver credit. This will better target support to families caring for infirm loved ones. It will provide access or increased benefits for an additional 7,500 Albertans. At the same time, families with healthy parents and grandparents will no longer be eligible. These changes align Alberta with federal policy and other provinces and will better support those who need it most. The bill also updates the Child, Youth and Family Enhancement Act. It removes a provision related to the Child and Youth Support Program, which was discontinued in fall of 2025. This is a housekeeping change to ensure legislation reflects current programs. Bill 17 also proposes amendments to the Alberta Corporate Tax Act. These changes clarify how the data center levy is calculated based on actual power consumption. Power not drawn from the grid will be eligible for a 0% rate. The data center levy framework took effect January 1st, 2026, with rates as high as 2% and lower rates for facilities that reduce grid impact. The levy is fully deductible against corporate income taxes, minimizing impacts on competitiveness. These changes provide certainty for investors while ensuring Alberta benefits from new investment. The bill includes a technical amendment to the Employment Pensions Plan Act. This will better align Alberta with other jurisdictions and reduce administrative challenges for employers operating across provinces. These updates modernize legislation and improve consistency. Proposed amendments to the Loan and Trust Corporations Act will strengthen governance and oversight. They will reduce conflicts of interest by restricting certain board memberships. They will also clarify that dividends can only be paid from profits. These changes improve financial stability and regulatory clarity. Finally, the bill proposes technical updates to the Credit Union Act. These changes will reduce regulatory inefficiencies and align Alberta with industry best practices. They will also strengthen oversight by providing additional authority to the Credit Union Deposit Guarantee Corporation. Madam Speaker, Bill 17 makes practical updates that strengthen Alberta's fiscal position. It ensures legislation keeps pace with changing programs, modern industries, and the needs of Albertans. These amendments provide clarity, strengthen oversight, and support a competitive economy. With that, I'm pleased to move second reading of Bill 17. Thank you.
Sorry, 1 second here. The Honourable Member for Calgary Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy to rise today and speak to Bill 17, the Fiscal Measures Statutes Amendment Act. And just to note, it seems to be standard practice to lump amendments to multiple pieces of legislation together under the banner of nothing to see here. I'm getting a little bit more accustomed to these bills as I gather more experience here in the House. This bill falls into that category. With amendments, as the Minister of Finance just laid out, we see amendments and legislation covering the Departments of Tourism and Sport, Technology and Innovation, Children and Family Services, labour, finance, and assisted living and social services, just to name a few. I'd like to start to chat a little bit about, some of the things that the Finance Minister raised in his opening. I'd like to start with the sales tax this government included in the budget. They call it the tourism levy, and it is increasing from 4% to 6% in this budget. This bill implements that budget item. This government, Madam Speaker, this government has been leading Albertans down the garden path, claiming tax reductions when they have increased every other fee and tax that they can get their hands on to fill the budget gap. And that's what we're seeing here with the tourism levy. The tourism levy is a consumption tax on Albertans. The levy increase will bring in an additional $70 million in additional revenue for the province in 26-27. In total, the levy will bring in approximately $200 million in this coming budget year. Last week in estimates, the Finance Minister stated they expect that approximately 45% of that levy will be paid by Albertans, so roughly half. That's almost $100 million the province will collect from Albertans out enjoying their staycations in their home province. And while the government collects more revenue from Albertans as they tour their home province, they won't share any more of that revenue with Travel Alberta, whose role is to promote Alberta to other Canadians and international visitors, where we could increase the share of the levy paid by visitors from outside of Alberta. While the revenue from the levy will increase to $214 million by 28-29, the grants to Travel Alberta will remain flat at $75 million each year. Madam Speaker, if the goal is to grow the visitor economy and attract more Canadians and international visitors to Alberta, they should be funding Travel Alberta to do just that. Now, Madam Chair, I'd like to take a moment to discuss accessibility and how Bill 17 goes against increasing accessibility for Albertans. Just yesterday, this UCP government voted against an act that would move Alberta forward, increasing accessibility for tens of thousands of Albertans. And with this bill, they are indeed reducing access for credit union clients, removing requirements for non-digital communications, putting up barriers for aging Albertans, those with disabilities making digital services more difficult, and even those Albertans without digital access. So credit unions, which should be about community and access, will be allowed to make it more difficult for their clients to access information, to understand their rights, and to be full participants in their financial institution, which, Madam Speaker, is what credit unions are all about. When they voted against Bill 206, the government claimed that there are so many other programs that enhance access for those facing disabilities, and at the very same time, they introduced legislation reducing access to financial services to Albertans. Madam Speaker, shame on them. Bill 17 also makes changes to the data centre levy. Interestingly, the data centre levy has been amended twice since it was introduced just a few months ago. One must wonder whether or not there really is a plan in place for data centres. While this government jumps on the data centre bandwagon, we need to question if those data centres will be providing any direct financial benefit to the province. These changes will shift the levy from collecting based on the architecture accessing power and collected based on the power that they consume. If they are off-grid, consuming only power generated for them, they will pay no levy, Madam Speaker. Keep in mind, this UCP government is encouraging the data centres to bring their own power and so pay no levy to Albertans. So this government is encouraging investment that won't actually directly contribute the financial benefit to this government and to our Albertans. Data centres will pay 1% if they generate their own power, are connected to the grid, but don't draw power from the grid. They will pay 2% if the power that they consume is from the grid. This government points out the projects already in the queue that have been approved will pay 2%, but they don't really talk about the fact that most of the projects that are coming won't pay anything. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk a little bit about how Bill 17 takes away services or reinforces those services that have been taken away. The changes to the Alberta Caregiver Credit and the Infirm Dependent Credit, this Act merges two programs into one. Albertans will still be able to claim the same credits when they're caring for an infirm spouse. However, they will lose the ability to claim a credit for healthy parents or grandparents who live with them. So interestingly, Madam Speaker, when we look at this, we might say that makes sense. If they're healthy, why should we get a credit for them? But I think what we should be thinking about are the long-term implications for the province, that we want our aging population to remain healthy, to maybe remain in place at home, and we're taking away credit that would have encouraged that activity. Also, last year, this UCP government took away the Child and Youth Support Program. This program provided financial and medical benefits for a child when parents or guardians were unwilling to care for the child. The Alberta NDP opposed those changes, and we oppose the changes today, which will strike out references to the program and the authority that makes regulations under that former program. Madam Speaker, this program should not have been defunded, and it should not be stricken from the records with this bill. The right thing to do is to provide those benefits to people who are caring for those children. Finally, Madam Speaker, I'll discuss Bill 17 in the changes to privately administered pensions. And it appears that this government seems to be more concerned with the rights of companies than the people who work for those companies. Now, Bill 17 changes pension rules, allowing employers to convert negotiated cost plans into target benefit plans. On the surface, Madam Speaker, such a conversion could be good for employees. However, the rules also allow for a reduction in accrued benefits for employees. This means that workers could see reductions in the benefits that they have already earned through the working contributions that they have provided to that company. Employers could make these changes without gaining written consent of the Superintendent of Pensions. So they're making these changes which could harm workers without really any oversight from the government body that was put in place to do so. Employers will argue that these changes will help them avoid plan insolvency in the event of financial distress. But, Madam Speaker, in the insolvency of these pension plans typically happens when the employers have not been making the contributions to the plans that they had committed to do. Regardless, employers shouldn't be able to reduce those or lower those accrued benefits without any really substantiated reasons or gaining written consent from the Superintendent of Pensions. So, Madam Speaker, on these grounds, I will be voting against Bill 17.
The honourable member for Edmonton Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, rather. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on Bill 17, the Fiscal Measures Statutes Amendment Act. And without much surprise, I guess this is a pattern from the UCP government, this is another UCP bill that once again makes life harder for everyday Albertans. Essentially what it does is it increases costs, it removes essential supports, and it creates new barriers to accessibility and critical information. It's a classic shell game that we've seen before. You know, on one hand, they're telling Albertans they're saving on taxes, but on the other, Albertans are paying higher fees in other areas. And that's why I'm speaking in opposition to this bill. My colleague did a really great job sort of covering some of the points here, but I think it bears repeating some of the challenges and concerns with this bill. And I'll begin with the tourism levy. This government is effectively taxing Albertans who want to enjoy a staycation or a short getaway in their own province. And this is at a time when families are already struggling with affordability, from groceries to home ownership to car insurance and daycare. Increasing the tourism levy from 4 to 6% is frankly simply asking Albertans to pay more for less. The revenue from this levy is projected to generate between $66 and $70 million in 2026-2027, with a total of roughly $200 million overall. Yet, rather than reinvesting this money into strengthening the tourism industry, the government will place it into general revenue. What a wasted opportunity, Madam Chair. This is not investment in local tourism. It's essentially a hidden tax, and it's, I think, quite telling how this government is choosing to not reinvest, rather, this local tourism levy. Because only 55% of the revenue comes from non-Albertans. And so what it essentially is doing, it means that Albertans themselves are footing a substantial portion of the bill. And I think this is, again, a pattern by this government. It illustrates that this government likes to repeatedly pass costs onto Albertans and rather than put the needs of the people it serves, or invest it into the needs of the people it serves. Next, I want to address the consolidation of the Alberta Caregiver Credit and the Infirm Dependent Credit. On paper, it seems administrative, but the effect here is that it reduces access to benefits for some Albertans who currently rely on support. So under the new credit, individuals will no longer be able to claim support for healthy parents or grandparents over 65 who live with them. And that's really unfortunate, because what the government is doing is that they're consolidating programs and once again shifting responsibility to Albertans while claiming alignment with other jurisdictions like Ontario and British Columbia. But the reality in Alberta is different. Families face higher costs, and vulnerable populations are facing a shrinking safety net. And speaking of the safety net, the amendments to the Child, Youth and Family Enhancement Act are also particularly concerning, because what Bill 17 does is it strikes out the legislative authority for the Child and Youth Support Program, a program that was already discontinued last year. And let us not forget what the program provided. It offered financial and medical benefits for children whose parents or guardians were unable to care for them. And this government's decision to cut this program is a cruel policy choice that has left vulnerable children and families without support. And in April of 2025, our caucus called for the program to be reinstated immediately, because I think all members would agree in this House that children deserve more than a government that treats programs supporting them as expendable line items. Children deserve a chance to thrive, and what we're seeing instead is they're caught in sort of the crosshairs of this government's decisions, fiscal decisions. In this bill, we're also seeing accessibility being another area where it frankly fails Albertans. Amendments to the Credit Union Act, for instance, remove the requirement for credit unions to provide physical copies of notices or brochures. And while this doesn't seem like a particularly significant detail, I should mention that while digitization increases inconvenience for some, there are Albertans, particularly those with a disability or age or perhaps a lack of digital access, where this will actually reduce their access to information. I should also note that it was the same government that voted down the Accessible Alberta Act legislation that our caucus introduced. That, frankly, was is a piece of legislation that we should all support in this House, and it was designed to remove systematic barriers for Albertans. And now, with Bill 17, we are seeing a continuation of that trend, where the UCP is interested in reducing the social safety net, reducing the supports that allow citizens to fully participate in their own communities and institutions. I want to take a moment to talk about the Employment Pension Plans Act. And while some changes are administrative or housekeeping in nature, I should mention that the bill allows for reductions in accrued benefits in certain circumstances, and this is significant. Albertans earn their pensions through years of work and contributions, and the possibility that those accrued benefits could be reduced is both unusual and potentially harmful to employees' financial security. So again, I often talk about patterns in this House, and what we're seeing is a deliberate attempt by this government to wither away the safety net that so many Albertans rely on. And yes, some unions have welcomed the increased flexibility for pension administrators to prevent insolvency, but even so, the lack of explicit safeguards or clear consent requirements raises serious concerns for the long-term security of pension plan holders. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to turn to an issue that is both critical and timely, and I talked about it in the House today, and that's data centers. Data centers represent significant economic potential. They can support data sovereignty, attract investment, and position Alberta in a global sector connected to artificial intelligence and advanced computing, if done right. And I think that's the operative phrase here. In some communities, these developments are being presented as major economic opportunities comparable to the province's historic resource boom. But I think what this government fails to mitigate, or at least it's unclear, is how they're going to address some of the substantial environmental, energy, water, and health risks that come with these projects. Because right now, Madam Speaker, the government strategy is simply insufficient. Recent reporting shows more than 40 proposed data center projects across Alberta, representing a massive potential increase in electricity demand approaching the scale of the province's current peak usage. And many of these facilities propose their own dedicated natural gas generation to meet energy needs. Makes sense, right? In Olds, for example, a proposed $10 billion data center complex would have required energy infrastructure comparable to a mid-sized city. But let's be frank here. Regulatory and community concerns delayed approval in part because of gaps in information and uncertainty about environmental and health impacts. In other words, even though the government likes to talk a big game around data centers, it's not entirely clear how they're going to attract $100 billion in investment. And I think there's serious concerns about whether we have the appropriate infrastructure, the appropriate framework to properly both regulate data centers, but also support these proponents as they're looking to invest in Alberta. Data centers also consume significant amounts of water, and water-based cooling systems are standard for large-scale operations. And a medium-sized data center can consume tens of millions of liters of water per year. When scaled to multiple facilities, this represents a very real strain on local water resources competing with households, agriculture, and natural ecosystem. And I should mention that Alberta is a semi-arid jurisdiction. There are, frankly, I mentioned earlier during question period today that in southern Alberta, there are no more new water licenses, and it's not clear where the water is going to come from. Now, the minister mentions that there are waterless cooling systems, but what he isn't clear about is whether he is requiring and whether the ministry is requiring that every data center go waterless. What we're seeing, rather, is that the government is big on hype, but vague on details. They're saying, trust us. Well, the truth is Albertans and Canadians are skeptical, and rightly so. In fact, just today, Abacus Data released a poll showing that the majority of Canadians are opposed or at a minimum skeptical about data centers. And this government's lack of a real plan isn't helping. I do want to take a moment to talk about the potential health impacts of data centers. Dr. Julia Sawatsky, an expert in environmental health, has warned that gas-powered AI data centers represent a growing threat to health. And, again, during question period, I did refer to the potential forever chemicals and various gases that can be released by data centers and its various components that can be linked to increased heart attacks and stroke. And these are not hypothetical risks, Madam Speaker. They're real and measurable and supported by peer-reviewed research. And yet, the Alberta government's data center strategy doesn't actually address any sort of comprehensive safeguards around water usage or health safeguards, or how they're going to mitigate against even some of the concerns from local community. And in addition to health and water issues, energy demand is a real concern. As Alberta expands its data infrastructure, the province must ensure that there's grid reliability, that they invest in transmission capacity and ensure that household and business energy needs are not compromised. That's not clear, Madam Speaker. We haven't heard a single commitment from this government that we're in fact going to be modernizing the grid. What we're hearing is bring your own energy generation, but not much beyond that. Let me be clear, Madam Speaker. Economic growth is important, but we also need to make sure that it doesn't come at the expense of public health or environmental integrity or the well-being of local communities, particularly in rural Alberta. I also want to take a moment to address other amendments in this bill, such as changes to the Corporate Tax Act regarding the data center levy. It's focused on some technical adjustments. They clarify that the levy will be based on actual power consumption rather than installed capacity. And while these changes may improve revenue collection mechanisms, they really do nothing to address the larger environmental health and strategic planning issues associated with these massive projects. And in fact, Madam Speaker, proponents of data centers have themselves felt that government did not properly consult them when it comes to the data center levy. In summary, Madam Speaker, Bill 17 increases the tourism levy. It consolidates caregiver credits while reducing accessibility to support. Thank you.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Edmonton North West.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to Bill 17, the Fiscal Measures Statute Amendment Act. In many ways, I'm seeing this Statutes Amendment Act as enabling a legislation for the overall budget that this government brought forward in the last couple of weeks. And so with that in mind, I certainly, and nor will my opposition colleagues, will be enablers for what essentially was a very bad budget. We know that with records energy revenues and with other resource revenues, this government has managed to rack up a $9.4 billion budget. Madam Speaker, never has a government in Alberta did so little with so much resource available to them. And so Bill 17 is just enabling this further, poor management of our economy, making life way more unaffordable for Albertans. And I don't know who really it's benefiting. Where did all the money go, Madam Speaker? How could we have record resource revenue and then end up with such a huge deficit? And so that's the position that I'm moving with this Bill 17, which is enabling legislation around this bad budget. And there's a few key areas here that I think illustrate clearly just how much this wrong way this government is going. And a good place to start, I think, is with the increase to the tourism levy, which is being proposed and then finalized here in this bill, if it's passed. And we can look at our tourism industry, which is growing quite rapidly here in the province of Alberta, but it's growing most rapidly with people from Alberta using our province as a tourist destination. And so by increasing the tourism levy, which goes into general revenues, by the way, Madam Speaker, we're essentially putting another fee and a tax mostly on Albertans traveling with their families here in the province of Alberta. And now, more than ever, that's what Albertans are going to do. With the affordability crisis well underway, with prices for fuel and food and mortgages and car insurance at record high levels, people are staying home or traveling in our province, which is a vast geographic area, and having holidays there. That's what my plans are, and it's a fine place to go on holidays. But why would we be putting extra taxes onto Albertans, making those choices, investing in our tourism industry, and then not dedicating that levy back into building enhanced resources for people to enjoy this province? I'm sure all of us many people have visited Banff and Canmore in the last few years, and there's an exponentially larger population visiting these places, a record amount of visitors that in the history of the national park and the adjacent provincial park, Kananaskis. And yet, are we investing in the tourism infrastructure that can accommodate for this increase in millions more people coming to those parks? No, not really. And the local municipalities are stuck with it. The national parks are stuck with trying to cobble together the infrastructure that you need for this massive increase in tourism, and they just can't do it. The degree to which the Banff and Canmore and the Bow Valley corridor is contributing to our overall tourism budget and economy here in this province is exponentially larger than the rest of the tourism that takes place here in the province of Alberta. So why not take a tourism levy and dedicate it to making our tourism industry in the Bow Valley better? We would all benefit from it. That's the destination that's connected in with the Calgary Airport, the Calgary Stampede, and the Rocky Mountains there. That's the ticket that brings in the international visitors as well. And by taking and dedicating our tourism levy and using it as an instrument to attract more international travel and building the infrastructure for Albertans to enjoy an economical holiday in the province of Alberta, now that is a better way, a better decision that this government just seems to be blind to. Bad budget, bad enabling legislation, very difficult to support. I'm interested in hearing from my colleague in regards to the data centers and energy sources. And we know that there's a lot of interest in building data centers, not just here in Alberta, but all over North America and in other jurisdictions as well. But you need to make sure that you're doing it right and that you're doing it for the benefit of the people who live in that jurisdiction here in Alberta. There's a lot of people out there trying to sell data centers as, this miracle cure-all thing for an economy, for our grid, for the economics, and for building computing capacity. But we have to make sure that if we're making an investment, that it is contributing back to the overall well-being of our population. The changes in Bill 17 in regards to taxation on data centers and building the energy that's required for a data center, it's questionable at best, and it seems to be confusing. I sat in the estimates as well. The minister was saying one thing and then saying another, and saying that they don't need to use water, and otherwise, they will bring their own energy, BYOE, somehow, energy to these systems. It sounded an awful lot like someone trying to sell, a product that wasn't fleshed out in terms of argument and a coherence plan that gave us a head nod either in that committee or amongst the general public. We saw it with the Olds proposal, a very expensive $10 billion proposal, and there was just too many pieces that were left out. So when this government says that they're being very careful and analyzing and the proposals for data centers, and then they somehow are still going ahead with enabling legislation to move ahead, especially for people that purport to bring their own power to the proposal, that makes me very suspicious. Yes, to have data centers that help to protect the sovereignty of our data in this time and place in the history of not just our country but the world, yeah, for sure, that's a good idea. But let's make sure that it is coherent, let's make sure that it's safe, and let's make sure that it's sustainable and gives back to the people of Alberta, as all decisions should do coming out of the legislature here. All right, so just a couple of other pieces that I did want to make a quick comment on in regards to this Bill 17. It has removing the legislative authority of the Child and Youth Support Program. And so this is kind of moving forward from legislation that was passed here last year, which we most vehemently opposed as official opposition. We know that it's very important that we support families that have difficulties and need to have supports for young people that are living at home and so forth. We know that the legislation that was removed had a negative consequence. We can see in real time, in real world, negative consequences, and yet this legislation goes ahead to help to formalize that circumstance. And so, again, I find that to be a reason to oppose this bill. The last area that I just want to touch on briefly is in regards to the changes to the Employment Pensions Act, allowing pensions to reduce accrued benefits in some circumstances. And now I know that there's a mixed reaction to this in the pension world here in Alberta, but I think that there's an overriding interest, Madam Speaker, which we always have to bring back to the pension issue, and that is that this government has been very disingenuous around pensions generally and has constantly been pushing for a provincial pension plan, which is demonstrably less advantageous to people here in the province of Alberta. We pay for our pensions. We put our lifetime as part of our salary to go into pensions, and we don't need this government messing with that retirement plan that we make around our pensions. And so whenever I see the word pension and this government sticking their fingers into pensions, immediately I go in with a constructively critical but very suspicious eye to see what they're up to. And in fact, the Employment Pensions Act does definitely has had some positive reaction to it amongst some pensions, but let's make sure that we look at this in a fulsome way, because we've seen this government going after our pensions, and we want to make sure that we keep them where they belong with the best return, and to make sure that they are there for when we need them for ourselves and our families. Thank you.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Calgary Northeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when we look at a bill like Bill 17, it's easy to get lost in the technical language. 7 different statutes, dozens of amendments, pages filled with clauses that sound administrative, procedural, and lots of technical language. But what we need to stress on is not the technical language, but everyday Albertans, the life that everyday Albertans live, the issues that everyday Albertans face, and how these bills impact their lives. Look at a family planning a short trip within the province, a caregiver looking after an aging parent, a worker counting on pensions that they have earned over lifetime, and a senior trying to access information from their credit union. These are all the issues that everyday Albertans face, the things that Albertans care about. And let me start with the tourism levy, Madam Speaker, that this bill increases the tourism levy from 4% to 6%, which is about 50% increase. On paper, that may not sound much, but as I have just mentioned, that it is a 50% increase from 4% to 6%. And this cost increase at a time when Albertans are already struggling and stressed is problematic and adds more to their bills. Albertans are already paying more for almost everything from groceries to insurance. If we talk about specifically Calgary Northeast, the insurance has gone up significantly in the past years amid hailstorm in 2016, 2020, then 2024. That has significantly ramped up the insurance prices. The mortgages have gone up, rent prices have gone up. So everything has gone up in Alberta, and adding this fee, especially when families going out to relax, to enjoy the Rocky Mountains and to spend some time with their loved ones is problematic and concerning. And we often hear that this levy is meant to capture revenue from visitors. But the reality is a bit different, Madam Speaker. About more than 40% of that revenue comes from Albertans themselves. So basically, we are increasing the fee on Albertans. And what does this mean for everyday Albertans? It means a family in Calgary taking their kids to Jasper is paying more. It means a couple from Edmonton planning a weekend getaway is paying more. And if it is invested back in tourism, maybe Albertans can think about it, but what does this money do is that it doesn't go back into tourism. It doesn't make those trails better. It doesn't get invested in tourism. Doesn't support the local operators. It goes into general revenue of the budget. And that is the concern, that the government is increasing the fees, adding on to their bills, and then adding that revenue to the general revenue, which doesn't benefit Albertans. And if Albertans are being asked to pay more, they should see the benefit. And right now, with this bill, they won't be able to see that benefit. And now let's talk about caregivers. This bill creates a new Alberta caregiver credit by merging 2 existing credits. And at first glance, this sounds like simplification. And yes, Madam Speaker, when we align our policies with other jurisdictions, nobody is opposed to it usually when it doesn't negatively impact others. But when you look closer, there are important changes being made. Under the new system, Albertans will no longer be able to claim a credit for caring a healthy parents or grandparents over the age of 65. Just think about that. Think about the daughter who moves her aging mother to her home. Think about the son who helps his father every day, not because his father has some sort of formal diagnosis, but because he needs support. And these are the realities that everyday Albertans face and go through, and they just don't disappear because the government changed the definition. And caregiving is not always neat and clinical or easily categorized. It's messy, Madam Speaker, and it's human, and it's often invisible. And this bill risks leaving some of those caregivers behind. Madam Speaker, let's talk about pensions. There are provisions in this bill that allow in certain circumstances a reduction in accrued pension benefits. Benefits is not the money falling from the sky for workers. It's something that they have earned throughout their life, throughout the years of work, their contributions, and through trust. And these could be reduced. Flexibility, preventing insolvency, managing risk, these are all nice terms. But when it comes to workers, their pensions, they need stability, they need trust. And we must be honest about what we mean when we say it. And this bill shifts risks away from employers onto workers. And Madam Speaker, for many Albertans, pension is not an abstract concept. Albertans have already advocated very hard that they want to stay in Canada pension plan. They do not want any kind of pension plan run by this government. So Albertans deeply care about their pensions. It's their hard-earned money. It's the hard work that they have done throughout their life. It's their future, and it gives security to their future. And pensions are the promise that after decades of work, there will be stability. So any change that touches that promise, that touches the pensions of hardworking Albertans, deserve careful scrutiny. So now let's look at accessibility, Madam Speaker. This bill removes the requirement for credit unions to provide certain physical communications, such as brochures outlining complaint procedures. And again, on the surface, this may seem like modernization. Moving towards a digital communication, but not every Albertan lives in a fully digital world. Some seniors rely on paper. My wife's grandfather, he's prime example. We need to help him out when it comes to applying for his benefits and navigating websites online, and sometimes he struggles with that, so we need to help him out. And there are many other of his friends who don't even have or don't even carry a cell phone. So this is a lived reality in my own constituency, in my own family, in my own circle. And some individuals with disability rely on accessible, non-digital formats. Many rural Albertans face connectivity challenges. So for them, it is not a modernization, it's a barrier. And when we remove access, even small pieces of access, we send a message about who is being considered and who is being left behind. And we have recently seen this government voting against Accessibility Act, brought forward by my colleague from St. Albert. And this is concerning, and this shows that how ignorant this government is about disability communities and the issues they face, the lives they live, the experiences they face every single day, and it's just not on their agenda. And Madam Speaker, I also want to briefly address the removal of Child and Youth Support Program from legislation. Now, to be clear, this bill is not cancelling the program. It has already been cancelled and discontinued by this government. Again, another shameful step, one of the major shameful steps that this government took. And what this bill does is erase its presence altogether. So we won't even have this program even in the law. And that matters to many Albertans, many families, our communities, Madam Speaker, because that program provided financial and medical support to children in vulnerable situations, children whose families could not care for them, children who were being supported by other caregivers. And this program was cancelled by this government, and now it's eradicating that program from the law. And I want to remind the members in the chamber that my colleague from Calgary, Acadia, who is Shadow Minister for Children and Family Services, back in April 2nd of 2025, she issued a very compassionate statement, and I want to share some bits of that statement. That April 2nd, 2025 was another day and another cruel cut to children in Alberta, and the Child and Youth Support Program was cancelled. It was the program that provided financial and medical benefits for a child when the parents and guardians were unable to pay for them. And the current program that was cancelled was adding cruelty to the cuts of this government, chaos and corruption agenda of this government, and it failed vulnerable Albertans. And now with this bill, it will be gone altogether, because when we remove it from legislation, Madam Speaker, we are not just cleaning up language, we are closing a chapter. And the question we must ask is, what has replaced it? Is there a new program which is better than what we already had? Or there is nothing for vulnerable children? What message this bill, or this section of this bill sends, is that this government cares more about Sam Mirish and his profits than the most vulnerable kids of the province. Because the needs of those children have not disappeared, Madam Speaker. And there are other elements in this bill as well. Changes to how data center levies are calculated, ensuring they are based on actual power consumption, adjustment to financial sector rules to improve stability and oversight. Some of these changes may be reasonable, some may even be necessary, but that is the part of challenge with a bill like this. It bundles everything together. Instead of debating on these issues one by one, it's all bundled. So that's the problem with this bill. It asks us to weigh increases in costs, reduction in supports, and structural changes to pensions all in one vote. And Madam Speaker, legislation is not just about what we pass. It is about who it impacts and how it impacts. And when I look at this bill, I see Albertans being asked to pay more. I see caregivers losing access to support. I see workers being asked to carry more risk. And I see barriers, even though they are small barriers, but they are real barriers, being introduced for those who are already navigating challenges. So the question before us is not whether this bill is technical. It is technical. The question is whether it moves Alberta forward in a way that is fair, inclusive, and responsible. And on that, I have concerns, Madam Speaker, because good policy does not just balance books, it balances lives. And it does not simply simplify systems, it strengthens people. And it does not quietly shift burdens onto those least able to carry them. It empowers those people. And Madam Speaker, we all want a strong Alberta, and I know colleagues on this side of the House do actually want strong Alberta.
Are there others to speak to Bill 17 in second reading? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me opportunity to speak on Bill 17. And I rose today to speak against Bill 17, the Fiscal Measures Statute Amendment Act 2026. Let's begin with the hard truth facing Alberta businesses right now. The Alberta Chamber of Commerce released their latest business survey. And this month, in March, it shows that many businesses say the current talk on Alberta separatism is already hurting their own operations. Over 90% of these describes the impact as negative. 50% say it's damaging the provincial economy overall. Again, with the vast majority calling that damage is negative. Businesses report planning uncertainty, reducing investment confidence, recession fears, and some are even looking at relocating out of the province. Revenues are already going down. Investors are steering clear. Jobs and growths are at risk because of this uncertainty. And at the very same time, the government introduced Bill 17 and slapped about 50% increase on the tourism levy from 4 to 6%. That's heavy new burden on the industry and on families that they are already struggling. Along with the Alberta NDP colleagues, I'm opposing the Bill 17 because Albertans are already facing deep affordability crisis. Groceries are up and up every year. A typical family of 4 now pay about $1,000 extra just to keep food on their table. Car insurance, home insurance, rent, gas, utilities keep climbing while wages stay flat for 7 years straight. 3 out of 4 Albertans wake up each morning wondering how they will stretch every dollar until Friday. Families skip lunches, cancel kids' activities, and lie awake worrying about the next bill. This is not living. It is surviving day to day. And what relief does this government offer? None. This government has repeatedly refused to give Albertans the gas tax rebate, even when the oil price sits way above the threshold that should trigger relief. Families are paying more at the pump while this government sits on their hands. Instead of easing the pain at the gas station, they bring forward Bill 17 to make Gateway more expensive too. In times like these, government's responsibility is to ease the burden. give families breathing room, help people to get ahead. Instead, this bill does the opposite. It piles more weight on the already struggling Albertans. The tourism levy hike hits every hotel room, every motel, every short-term rental starting this April. $20 to $30 extra on Family Gateway may not sound like much in this chamber, but for working families, it is real money they cannot spare. Madam Speaker, let me tell you about Mike, a constituent who works in the rigs. He and his wife, who does night shift at the hospital, saved for weeks, skipping small things, so they could take their 2 boys to Jasper for one night. The kids wanted to snow angel and hot cocoa by that fire. That's what they do every year to catch the breath from the daily life struggle. Imagine this year they drove again, full of hope, checked in, and clerk quietly said, "New levy, sir." Mike paid the extra bucks, but you could see the disappointment on his face. "We live here," he told her. "This is our own backyard." And he's right. The Minister of Finance admitted that only about 55% of the money comes from out of the province who visited here. That means Albertans will pay a big chunk of the extra cost. This bill is expected to bring about $200 million this year. That sounds like a lot, but only about 40% may go back to the tourism program. That means the rest disappear into the general revenue with no real accountability. No guarantee to fix trails in Rockies or help small families run lodges, pay their staff. Those small operators are already hurting from the separation uncertainty. Bookings are down. Now government adds this extra levy on the top. It burdens the hospitality industry at the worst possible time, and the taxes that various K families need during the affordability crisis. When the daily grind hits too heavy, bills stacking, insurance notices arriving, you point the truck west. The Rocky meteor with quiet snow on the pines, wind of the lake. You walk a trail, breath deep, watch the kids laugh, and when they slip on the ice. For a few hours, the weight left, you come home lighter, ready to face another week. But when every gateway costs more, families stay home. They stare at the same 4 walls, streets, bills. The rest, we all count on, disappear exactly when we need it most. The bill also tightened the Caregiver Act. It merges 2 credits into the one Alberta Caregiver credit with the same exact amount, maximum $13,180, but changes the rules. Healthy parents or grandparents over 65 who live with their family no longer eligible, only if they are officially infirm. Think of 75-year-old living with her son. She cooks supper, watches the grandkids after school, folds laundry, and keeps the household running. Her son works late at a mechanic shop, cannot afford full-time help. Before this bill, he received the credit. Now it's gone because she is healthy. she feels like a burden. He feels he loses money that help keep the lights on. Families squeezing tighter. These grandparents are not burden, Madam Speaker. They are glue holding us tighter burden hard in times. Why punish the very people who give parents a fight chance of affordability crisis? So I urge all members to vote against Bill 17 and its current form and support meaningful amendments that put Albertans and Alberta business first. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member from Edmonton Ellerslie for his impassioned speech. We will take his urging under consideration. However, at this time, as the Deputy Government House Leader, I'm going to move to adjourn debate on Bill 17 to revisit it in the future.
Having heard that motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Government bills and orders for third reading. Bill 16, Traveller Protection and Destination Development Act. Honourable Mr. Boychenko.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Sport.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to move a third reading of Bill 16, the Traveller Protection and Destination Development Act. Over the course of this debate, members have had an opportunity to discuss the long-term benefit of this legislation, and I want to take a moment to reflect on what this bill accomplishes and why it matters for Alberta's future. From the beginning, the intent of Bill 16 has been clear: to strengthen consumer protections and grow Alberta's visitors' economy by building it on transparency, fairness, and trust. Tourism is a major economic driver in our province. It creates jobs, supports local businesses, and helps us to advance towards our government's goal of reaching $25 billion of visitor spending by 2035. That growth depends on ensuring travelers feel confident in the prices they pay in our province. This legislation does exactly that. Bill 16 introduces strong consumer protection measures by requiring that all fees related to accommodations or tourism experiences be disclosed upon at the time of booking. The price people see when they decide where to stay or what to experience in Alberta will be the price they can expect to pay upon checkout. And if a visitor asks about a fee, businesses will be required to explain what it is for and how it is used. These are straightforward, common-sense steps that put an end to misleading or surprise charges at the last minute and reinforces Alberta's reputation as a fair and transparent destination. These fees, which are voluntary and industry-driven, are already being used in many communities across our province. They play an important role in promoting local destination, investing in development, and helping communities compete for tourism and visitors. But until now, there has been no consistent provincial framework to ensure these fees are managed responsibly or reinvested as intended. Bill 16 changes that by establishing clean and clear governance, accountability, and enforcement tools while maintaining industry leadership and local flexibility. It ensures that only one destination marketing organization, only one accommodation association, and only one trustee may be designated in each geographical areas of our province, reducing confusions and strengthening accountability. And most importantly, it makes clear what this legislation does not do. It does not introduce a new tax, and it does not make a destination marketing fees mandatory. The role of government remains oversight.
to support fairness and maintain level playing field. The bill includes compliance tools such as inspections, administrative penalties, and offenses for serious cases of non-compliance. These measures focuses on those few who actually misuse the system, not on punishing responsible tourism businesses in the province. Recognizing operational realities for industry, the bill includes a transition period until December 31st, 2026, giving organizations and operators time to adjust and come into compliance. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank members of this House for the thoughtful debate and consideration they have given this legislation at each stage of the readings. The questions raised and the perspectives shared have contributed to a stronger and better understood bill. Bill 16 is responsible, forward-looking legislation that strengthens Alberta's visitors' economy, protects travelers, and ensures that local destinations have stable and accountable tools to grow. It builds trust between visitors, businesses, and communities, and positions Alberta to compete more effectively in the global marketplace. With that, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to move third reading of Bill 16, the Travelers Protection and Destination Development Act. Thank you.
Are there any others wishing to speak? The member for Edmonton Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House to speak to the Bill 16, Traveller Protection and Designation Development Act. This is how the government has worded it. And I'm honored to share my comments on this on behalf of my constituents and fellow Albertans. Looking at this bill proposes few changes with very narrow scope to the large tourism industry. So this proposes that, as usual, that a lot of this government believes in a lot of powers in ministerial hands all the time. So they propose that this will grant, the minister will have authority to grant designations to 3 organizations in the tourism industry. So 3 of them are like designation marketing organizations called DMOs, and Accommodation Association, and trustees. So looking at this bill, that I do understand that some of the changes were being lobbied and advocated by the some stakeholders of the industry, and that's the reason we like it. At least even this is a very small step in a direction, but that is coming from the smaller partner of the industry. But at the same time, I've seen in this House the tourism minister, previous minister, current minister, they have very high goal about tourism industry, and tourism is very important to our province. That's the 4th revenue generating industry when it comes to province's income, and definitely very important sector. And we also understand that Alberta is going, not Alberta, many parts of the world, going through the unprecedented difficult times. The people, citizens, Albertans are experiencing the unprecedented inflation, grocery prices, and gas prices. And we also see a lot of revenue that comes to the tourism industry is also comes from Albertans as well as the international tourists. And this is the time to show the leadership. This was the time for this government to come up with the plans that have sport, a real sport for ordinary Albertans, that does not only provide them help in, mentally or stressful and difficult financial times, but also in a way support them to probably get away, get out and explore the province and spend a little time with the families. And I don't see it. It's another way, totally another way around. And I also wanted to see, we are looking at these changes, but these changes are being proposed in the bill very positively and responsively, being a responsible member of the legislature. But I'm sharing with a bit of disappointment that same level of understanding I did not see from the other side of the aisle. When we discussed two bills, 204 and 206 in this House, even the 206 was recommended by the government's own officer based on the recommendations of government's own officer. But I did not see any support coming from that side. I know many of my colleagues wanted to actually speak to this bill and share their comments on behalf of their constituents. I will conclude my remarks with this. This bill proposes few good changes but does not do enough to support Albertans and also to support the tourist industry at large. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will recognize the speaker from Edmonton, Beverly Clareview.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise and take some time to speak to Bill 16, the Traveller Protection and Destination Development Act, and certainly on its surface, it is legislation that should eliminate all those hidden fees in our tourism sector and improve consumer protection. And I'm sure almost all of us in this House have experienced times when we've been somewhere at a resort or in a hotel and the number that we think will be at the bottom of our bill is not the number that's at the bottom of our bill, so a good thing. This bill would indeed require that all tourism-related fees, including accommodation charges and destination marketing fees, be disclosed clearly and upfront at the time of booking, rather than, as I said, unexpectedly as you're checking out. One of the provisions that I certainly appreciate being in there, and that I believe also answers some of the issues that other jurisdictions like Ontario have experienced, is that a destination marketing fee can only, Mr. Speaker, be charged when there is a destination marketing organization already in place, already established in that particular geographical region. And this is important because it will indeed help Albertans and folks coming to visit us to feel some measure of trust that that particular money is actually going to be reinvested in the local economy, in the local tourism sector. That's important. It establishes some trust. Again, not a bad thing. Everyone will understand the purpose of that fee that they're paying. And certainly, given some of the struggles both here and in other provinces, that particular level of transparency is welcome. It's warranted and is certainly helpful. The legislation also provides a more consistent definition and structure in terms of how the fees are collected, where they can be spent, and although it's still going to be voluntary, just because that structure is in place, it should indeed help to mitigate the presence of any bad actors. And we also know that the Alberta Hotel and Lodging Association is broadly supportive, particularly of this particular section of the bill. And again, because they saw it as a practical framework, something that was workable, something that provided transparency, and something that also clearly pointed toward this government being supportive of tourism, particularly as it relates to local economies. So, as I said, on the surface, it does the right things, but there are issues. And those issues primarily, Mr. Speaker, revolve around the issue of transparency, accountability, and a wee bit of a contradiction. There is a decided lack of transparency in terms of what the government is demanding of itself when compared to the transparency and the level of transparency that the government might be demanding from those members of the hospitality industry. Tourism operators will be, as my colleague from Edmonton Castle Downs noted earlier in debate, they will be required to show their work. They will have to report on how fees are collected, where they go, and indeed how they are used. Except the government itself is not demanding the same level of transparency for itself when the tourism levy is talked about. The levy was increased this year, doesn't appear necessarily to leave Alberta's tourism industry really any better off, and that unfortunately is because the funds are going to be directed into general revenue. How on earth will that engender trust, Mr. Speaker? Where indeed is all that money going to go? But it's unfortunate. It is an unfortunate part of the course from this government. Both those folks who work in the industry, those who take advantage of traveling to this lovely province of ours, and of course Albertans who visit all the lovely places within the province, I am hopeful will appreciate an answer to the question, why does the same standard in terms of transparency of where the money goes not apply to the issue of the tourism levy? Albertans deserve to know that money given to resorts, hotels and the like are at the very least spent in the community or provided through Travel Alberta. They deserve the same consideration when the tourism levy is involved. They need assurance the levy will actually be invested locally in local tourism economies. And when we consider how much potential money is involved, millions, potentially billions, one could be forgiven for asking again, where is all the money going? And being told it's going to general revenue with a sort of slight promise to reinvest, Mr. Speaker, just isn't enough. The other issue, of course, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate as well that at least in the beginning, tourism operators were very, very helpful, or hopeful rather, and I think appreciative of the legislation itself. However, in terms of the tourism levy, I don't think that there's quite the level of appreciation that the government might have thought there might have been, and that's because they worry that the level of consultation has decidedly gone down since the ministry was first established. The Alberta Hotel and Lodging Association talks about that recent changes to Travel Alberta's mandate were thoughtful and strategic, and they appreciated the fact that they were involved in those conversations. They talk about the fact that $200 million from the tourism levy, though, will only be will only see 40% being allocated to Travel Alberta. They are hoping to revisit those sorts of terms with this government. They are also, and they say, and I'm quoting here, particularly disappointed that the decision was made without consultation with Alberta's hotel industry, and this stands in contrast to the government's approach to other legislation and the very inception of the tourism levy. So the industry itself, Mr. Speaker, has many, many concerns, and I'm hopeful that as we go through this debate and as the minister perhaps considers what each of us on this side of the House are saying, that this particular issue might be revisited, particularly since we hear often enough, it's okay to law wash out in the regulations, we'll do the consultation we need to. But it appears that at least this portion of the industry, the Alberta Hotel and Lodging Association, doesn't quite have that same sort of level of trust involved there. So again, how will the tourism levy actually function? How will it be applied? How will it be spent? How will tourism operators and local residents know if tourism dollars, including any portion of a local levy, are being returned? What assurances will they have? What data will be collected? I don't think that this is an industry, Mr. Speaker, that deserves the level of, it's like instability. And we know sometimes that this is an operation that operates very much on the margins. The profit margins aren't always huge. So I do think that this particular industry and their particular concerns deserve a second look. And with that, I'll reserve my comments. Thank you so much.
Are there any others wishing to speak? The member for Calgary, Acadia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to join the debate on Bill 16, and very quickly, I just want to remind everyone that, of course, Alberta is one of the most fortunate places in this world. Within just a few hours' drive, right, we can stand in some of the most breathtaking landscapes on the planet. The Rocky Mountains, our national parks, our lakes, our badlands. And these aren't just provincial assets, right? These are global destinations. And so when we have bills that come forward that influence, that change how tourism works in this province, it's really, really important that we have these important debates and take time to get on the record what our concerns are. And so I just very briefly want to reiterate some of the things we've heard from this side of the House, some confusion or some concerns we have, because I agree, this bill does bring forward some very good potential. By introducing the Destination Marketing Fund, specifically how it's going to be, I guess, accounted for, where the use of professional chartered accountants or CPAs in order to ensure that the trust is both managed appropriately and ethically and to the professional standards of that profession, but further, that it'll actually get reinvested where it's supposed to, as opposed to ending up in, a slush fund like we see with the tourism levy. So I am in support of this bill because it does take some good steps forward. It does not, unfortunately, reassure Albertans that what is being promised is going to be delivered, because there's no accountability measures in here. Apparently, they're coming in regulations, which is, all great and fun. However, that doesn't really bring confidence to Albertans that the promises that are being brought forward by this government will actually see light of day. And with that, I will sit. Thank you so much.
Are there any others wishing to speak? The Honourable Minister for Sport and Tourism to close debate.
Mr. Speaker, as debate on Bill 16 draws to a close, I want to thank all members in Assembly on this side and opposite side for supporting and for thoroughly discuss about this bill. The contributions made in this House have reflected a shared interest in protecting consumers, supporting local businesses, and ensuring Alberta's visitors' economy continues to grow in a responsible and sustainable way. This legislation reflects extensive engagement with industry partners and responds to real concerns raised by visitors and tourism operators alike. Bill 16 strikes a balanced approach by strengthening consumers' protection, improving transparency, and providing a clear and consistent framework for destination marketing, all while respecting industry leadership and local flexibility. I appreciate the questions and perspectives brought forward during debate. These discussions have reinforced the importance of getting this right. And I'm confident that the framework set out in this bill does exactly that. It supports a level playing field, protects consumers from misleading practices, and helps to ensure our destinations have the tools they need to compete and succeed. With that, Mr. Speaker, I believe the House has had a full and thorough opportunity to consider this legislation. I would like to thank all members for their participation and engagement in this important discussion. And with that, I would like to close debate on the Bill 16, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Sport has moved third reading of Bill 16, Traveller Protection and Destination Development Act. All those in favour of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The motion is carried.
Bill 16, Traveller Protection and Destination Development Act, is now read a third time. Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 20, Appropriations Supplementary Supply Act 2026. Honourable Mr. Horner.
The Honourable President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move second reading of Bill 20, the Appropriations Supplementary Supply Act 2026. If passed, this act will provide funding authority to the offices of the Legislative Assembly and the government. These supplementary estimates reflect our commitment to respond to real pressures as they arise while continuing to manage public dollars carefully. Bill 20 authorizes $326 million in expense funding, partially offset by revenue, $18 million in capital investment, $202 million in other financial transactions, $18 million for the Legislative Assembly offices, and $734 million in transfers between ministries. In total, this supports multiple departments and ensures funding keeps pace with evolving needs across government. These investments address priorities including wildfire preparedness, seniors care, child care affordability, public safety, and support for vulnerable Albertans. Our approach is simple: stay disciplined, act when needed, and focus on what matters most to Albertans. A key focus in these estimates is supporting families and communities. In education and childcare, funding will help reduce fees for young children and improve access to licensed care across the province. In assisted living and social services, investments will strengthen seniors' care, expand access to community-based services, and support the workforce that Albertans rely on. These are practical steps that help make daily life more affordable and ensure supports are there when people need them. Wildfire seasons are becoming longer and more complex. That is why Alberta is moving forward with the purchase of 5 new water bomber aircraft. This is a long-term investment in protecting communities, reducing risk, and strengthening our emergency response. Additional funding will also support rangeland sustainability and environmental protection. Preparing ahead is how we reduce costs, protect people, and give communities confidence. These estimates also strengthen Alberta's justice system and public safety. Funding will support legal aid, ensuring access to justice remains available and affordable. It will also enhance supports for victims of gender-based violence and expand services like the Indigenous Court Worker Program. Investments in digital systems will improve efficiency and reduce wait times. In public safety, funding supports wildfire response, law enforcement efforts, and action against gangs and organized crime. Albertans expect to feel safe in their communities, and these investments help deliver on that expectation. These estimates also support Alberta's economy and workforce. Funding for municipalities will help build and upgrade infrastructure, support housing, and create local jobs. Investments in skills training and labour market programs will help workers adapt to global trade pressures and changing economic conditions. This ensures workers can access new opportunities and employers can find the talent they need. Mental health and addiction funding will expand access to care, including supports for youth and recovery communities. Early access to treatment can make a lasting difference for individuals and families. Additional funding also supports community grants and programs addressing gender-based violence. These are targeted investments that support those who need it most while strengthening communities across Alberta. These estimates also address financial obligations that must be met. This includes funding for legal settlements and necessary system updates within government. Transfers between ministries will ensure resources are aligned with service delivery, particularly in continuing care. This is about making sure funding is in the right place at the right time. The Legislative Assembly offices are requesting funding to address operational pressures, including salary adjustments and legislative changes. Additional targeted funding supports smaller initiatives such as community programs and training. These are measured adjustments that ensure government operations continue effectively. These supplementary estimates are about staying responsive as the fiscal year unfolds and making sure funding keeps pace with real demands. They reflect the reality that circumstances change and that government must adjust in a measured and responsible way. This is how we ensure commitments are followed through and essential services continue without disruption. It is also how we manage public dollars carefully, addressing pressures while maintaining discipline. With that, I move second reading of Bill 20, Mr. Speaker. And through the Speaker, I urge my fellow members to support this bill so we can continue delivering for Albertans in a responsible way.
Thank you.
Here, here. I'll recognize the member for Calgary Foothills to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for affording us the time to discuss Bill 20, the Supplementary Supply Bill. Yester Eve, we did have the opportunity to have a little bit more of a robust conversation about some of the elements in the bill. And I will just say, I think it's now being like in kind of like the process. I have always been surprised when I'm looking at the news, when I look at other countries and how they happen to be handling their finances and how they go into complete government shutdown without really knowing how much money is needed. I do wholly appreciate the process that we have in place to have a budget, to discuss the budget, to go through the course of the year, understand what additional funds are needed, and to have a conversation about those needs and for Albertans to be aware of what they are. So I do think that this time is important for Albertans, and that this process is something that I think we should all be, considering, knowing what it means to Albertans to be informed about everything that we're doing. That being said, I think that, Albertans are always going to have a question or raise questions when there is a debated budget, that there's a lot of thought and consideration that goes into a budget. And then as we get to the end of the year, we discover the decisions that were made through the course of the year without really discussions through the course of the year of what those additional funding requirements may be. I wonder whether or not we could perhaps be discussing some of these unanticipated changes through the course of the year, so that we have a bit more of a heads up and Albertans have a better idea and understanding what's going on. So last night we talked about ministries and some of the supplementary changes to ministries, but we didn't necessarily have a lot of opportunity to talk about the changes to the legislative offices budgets. So we didn't really have a chance to talk through the Office of the Auditor General, the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer, the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate, the Office of the Ethics Commissioner, the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, the Office of the Ombudsman, and the Office of the Public Interest Commissioner. And some things have happened through the course of the last fiscal year that have resulted in some changes in the allocations to these budgets, notably the Chief Electoral Officer and the Auditor General. And so I think it's worthwhile raising these points for Albertans to pay attention to, that we have to be clear here, Mr. Speaker, that the changes that we see here were these unanticipated costs were unleashed by the actions of this government. It was this government and this Premier that brought forward amendments to legislation to lower the threshold for petitions. It was this government and the Premier that brought forward amendments to legislation to lower the threshold for recalls. And of course, what did we see spring out of that? A number of recalls that I think many of us in this House, may have questioned the need for those recalls. And the government itself was questioning why all of these recalls were springing up. They seemed to be surprised that when they lowered the threshold for recalls, that people would actually move forward on recalls. And because of that, the Chief Electoral Officer is, if I'm reading page 1 correctly, it's $13,329,000 of additional funds to handle recalls and petitions, and additional costs will come. There will be additional costs of Now that petitions have been brought to the legislature and committees have been struck, this adds additional burden to legislative staff in supporting the committee in their work and any additional research that's going to be required to follow that process through to the end. And so I think Albertans should, take a moment to ponder the decisions and actions of this government, the outcomes that they themselves questioned, surprised that it would happen, and that it's now costing Albertans millions and millions of dollars. Now, interesting also, some procurement choices by this government. We have spent the last year talking about the corrupt care scandal. We've spent the last year talking about how since the firing of the CEO of Alberta Health Services and the discovery of where literally hundreds of millions of dollars have gone to people with spurious connections or ability to secure contracts in areas where they have no previous business experience or work experience, that this, spun out, legal actions from that CEO against the government. This has spun out the government cancelling contracts when we'd already seen the government being forced to backtrack on privatization contracts for lab services. Again, costing the people of Alberta untold millions. And now we can see here that the Office of the Auditor General is needing, $4 million more again to accommodate for the actions and decisions of this government to conduct investigations and if this government had been operating in an accountable and transparent manner, those investigations wouldn't have been necessary, and the money spent from the hard-earned taxpayer dollars of Albertans would not have been spent. And so again, I'll come back to, I think it's important that we do take this time, that we do take the opportunity to raise this to Albertans, that the government's decisions have led to costs, unanticipated costs of, over $17 million to $20 million, costs that money that could have been used to address emergency room crises in this province, money that could have been used for complexity teams in schools that could have been deployed much earlier than they're being deployed. And so, Mr. Speaker, again, I thank you for the time to speak to this bill and to raise these issues with the people of Alberta. And on that, I will allow my colleagues to share some more comments on this bill. Thank you.
Are there any others wishing to speak? I will recognize the member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and offer some thoughts on Bill 20. But before I get into the heart of the matter, I want to chastise my friend from Calgary Foothills. Listen, the deal here was that we were supposed to talk to this bill until 4:50, and there are only two of us on this side who are supposed to speak to this, meaning he's leaving the bulk of the time to speak to this bill to me. I don't appreciate this unfair division of labor here in the NDP caucus, and I will be filing a complaint with the shop steward, just letting him know that that's going to happen. I want to follow up, though, on some of the statements that my friend from Calgary Foothills was talking about with respect to this government's corruption and incompetence, and in particular with connection to the supplementary supply bill. I want to hit on three items. One, the expenses that were voted for the Mental Health and Addictions Ministry, to the expenses that were voted for energy and minerals, and then end by commenting on some of the expenses that were voted for the Office of the Auditor General. My friend from Calgary Foothills talked about the corrupt care scandal in some general terms, but I think we see some evidence of that here in this bill, and that's particularly with regard to $6.7 million approximately that was voted in capital grants for the construction of community treatment and recovery services. Now, it's funny, Mr. Speaker, that we have to vote for an additional $6.7 million in community treatment and recovery service capital grants on the same day that the member from Airdrie Cochrane tabled a number of capital grants that were granted to Brian J. Ward Professional Corporation, who is also the lawyer for Sam Raich, the government's close friend and in some cases relative, who is at the heart of the corrupt care scandal. And so just for every member's awareness, the grants that the member from Airdrie Cochrane tabled included a $6.9 million payment to the Brian J. Ward Professional Corporation on the 9th of May of 2024, $3.5 million grant to the Brian J. Ward Professional Corporation on 18th of April 2024, another $3.475 million on the same day, 18th of April 2024. It was a heck of a day. 18th of April 2024 for the Brian J. Ward Professional Corporation, they got almost $7 million in capital grants to construct recovery centers, which is odd because you know, I didn't know that lawyers built recovery centers, Mr. Speaker. There are a lot of questions around why a lawyer who is so closely linked to Sam Raich was granted $13 million in this fiscal year. We had to vote an additional $7 million in supplementary estimates. And when we ask the government, why is Brian Ward, this lawyer who's so closely connected to Sam Raich, the personal friend and relative of the government, getting this money, they throw up some flimsy excuse around how they can't possibly grant that money directly to the agencies that are building these recovery centers, and they're dodging accountability by throwing dust in our eyes metaphorically and saying they couldn't possibly have done it any other way. As if Brian J. Ward was the only lawyer in the entire province who was available to handle these capital grants on behalf of the ultimate recipients and builders of these recovery centers. It's ridiculous. Nobody believes that that's true. And we didn't hear a single explanation from the finance minister when he introduced this bill for debate today about what's going on with the mental health and addictions capital grants that we're voting on today. So that's one thing that I would appreciate some clarity on today, Mr. Speaker, from the finance minister or any other members of the government who absolutely know what is going on with this money but refuse to tell the people of Alberta what's going on and who's actually benefiting from the construction of these recovery centers. I want to know what the overall cost is of the recovery centers. All we see is capital grants that are going to the Brian J. Ward Professional Corporation for a total of, like I said, over $13 million. But is that the ultimate cost of the construction of these recovery centers? Or is Brian J. Ward skimming from these capital grants to deliver whatever services he seems to think he's delivering to advance these grants to the ultimate recipients? What the people of Alberta deserve to know where this $13 million is ultimately ending up, because we have some suspicions that it's ending up in some pockets that don't rightly deserve to have this money, and the government owes it to the people of Alberta to come clean with that. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the estimates for energy and minerals, and it was curious to watch the finance minister, when he introduced this bill for debate, just quickly skip over saying, oh, we've got additional sums for legal obligations, neglecting to mention that we're voting for $316 million to pay out legal settlements related to coal lawsuits that were filed against this government. And I want to take this opportunity to remind members of the House how we got here. So this is from an article that was run from the CBC when they reported back in October that Evolve Power was going to be paid out $95 million from the Government of Alberta for the settlement of a coal lawsuit. And then the CBC article goes on to discuss policy changes over the years that led us to this point. In 2020, the UCP government rescinded the province's long-standing coal policy, which had been established in 1976 under then Premier Lougheed, and had placed blanket environmental protections across wide swaths of the Rocky Mountains. In 2021, amid widespread public outcry from a diverse group of opponents, including ranchers, environmentalists, First Nations, and musicians like Corb Lund, the government temporarily reinstated the old policy pending public consultations. In 2022, after carrying out those consultations, the government decided to stick with the 1976 coal policy after all, but did allow for 4 advanced projects to continue through the regulatory process. In 2023, a group of coal companies, including Evolve and Atrim, sued the government for $15 billion in damages, arguing the policy changes in 2020 had encouraged them to buy land and leases for coal mining projects, only for the rules to change again and effectively put some of those projects on ice. And I want to just take a moment here and reinforce this line that said that these companies argued that the policy changes in 2020 had encouraged them to buy land and leases for coal mining projects, because we hear over and over again ministers from the government side say that some letter explaining the process that was written from our government in 2016 was actually the result or the cause of this lawsuit. Again, nothing could be further from the truth, in the words of the Minister for Preventative Health. It is the 2020 policy legislative change or policy changes that prompted this. And now in June 2024, Northback Holdings filed a lawsuit. We don't know how much that was worth. But what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that's how we got here. But this CBC article only mentions 2 payouts that have been made public, one for $143 million to Atrim Coal, and then another for $95 million to Evolve Power. Well, that doesn't add up to $316 million, Mr. Speaker. So that only adds up to $238 million from my reckoning. And so there's $78 million here that's unaccounted for. Where is that money going? And I believe that my friend from Banff Kananaskis pressed the Minister of the Environment today on the issue, demanded that he reveal to the public who was getting the additional money that we paid for. And, you know, there aren't many nice things that I can say about the Minister of the Environment, but one thing that I will give him credit for is that he sticks rigidly to his notes and refused to divulge to us and the public who is the recipient of this additional $78 million payout. I would love to know what it is or who is getting this money. And I wish the finance minister would have the temerity to stand up and tell us when debate closes where the $78 additional million is going, because the people deserve to know. And here's what really grinds my gears about these settlements, Mr. Speaker, is that so far we've paid out $316 million in settlements for coal lawsuits. You would think that at least if we were paying out that kind of money, that we would be protecting our eastern slopes from coal mining. But we're not. we've opened the door wide to coal mining. So not at least $316 million to coal companies to not mine coal. We're turning around and saying, come in and mine coal. It's absolutely offensive. We've gotten nothing but embarrassment for this $316 million payout. And the people of Alberta want to know that the eastern slopes are protected and that their money is looked after, and neither of those things are happening in this bill, and this government has the responsibility to tell people the truth. I will note that the clock now reads 4:50. I will save my comments on funding for the Auditor General's office until another time. But I urge all members of the House to vote against this bill, and I certainly look forward to some further disclosures from the Finance Minister about who's getting what when it comes to coal payouts and capital grants to the Brian J. Ward Professional Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any others wishing to speak? The Honourable Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, President of Treasury Board, to close debate. Waive that. The Honourable President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance has moved second reading of Bill 20, Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2026. This is a money bill. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The motion is carried.
Bill 20, Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2026 is now read a second time. Under Government Bills and Orders for Second Reading, Bill 19, Appropriation Act 2026, Honourable Mr. Horner.
The Honourable President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading of Bill 19, the Appropriation Act 2026. This act provides funding authority for the offices of the Legislative Assembly and the Government of Alberta for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. This includes $218 million for the Legislative Assemblies, $62.5 billion for expense, $4.8 billion for capital investments, and $1.4 billion for financial transactions. It also includes a $2 billion contingency to address unexpected in-year pressures, including support during natural disasters. Together, this ensures government can continue delivering the programs and services Albertans rely on, as outlined in Budget 2026. Budget 2026 is focused on what matters during a challenging fiscal year. Alberta is facing global uncertainty, rising costs, continued population growth that is putting real pressure on services. Volatility in oil prices reinforces the need for a cautious and responsible fiscal plan. Budget 2026 projects a deficit of $9.4 billion in 26-27, improving to $7.6 billion and $6.9 billion in the following years. These projections reflect uncertainty, but also our commitment to maintain essential services. We will not cut core services to eliminate the deficit. We are not raising personal income taxes, and we will not introduce a provincial sales tax. Instead, we're focusing on disciplined spending and clear priorities. That means investing in healthcare, education, and critical infrastructure while managing taxpayer dollars responsibly. Healthcare remains a top priority for Albertans. A growing and aging population, along with rising costs, continues to put pressure on the system. Budget 2026 proposes $34.4 billion in total healthcare expense, a $1.9 billion increase from the third quarter forecast. This includes $13.8 billion to operate and expand hospital and surgical systems. It also includes almost $2.5 billion over 3 years for emergency health services, a record $7.7 billion for physicians, $525 million over 3 years for 50,000 additional surgeries, and $223 million over 3 years to expand cancer care capacity. We're also investing $9 million to train and retain rural health professionals and $150 million over 3 years to modernize primary care. In addition, $5.9 billion is allocated for continuing care through assisted living and social services, an increase of $495 million. These investments are about improving access, reducing wait times, and strengthening care across the province. Education is another key priority. Budget 2026 includes $10.8 billion in operating expense for education, the highest in Alberta's history. This funding supports growing enrollment and increasing classroom complexity. It includes a commitment to hire more than 3,000 teachers and 1,500 educational assistants over 3 years. It also includes $1.8 billion to support students with specialized needs. These investments are about ensuring students have the support they need to succeed and that classrooms remain strong and effective. Alberta's population growth is increasing demand for infrastructure across the province. Budget 2026 includes $28.3 billion in the capital plan over 3 years to build and maintain critical infrastructure. This includes advancing 161 school projects and planning 40 new schools. It also includes investments in health infrastructure, including diagnostic services and facility upgrades. Beyond that, the plan includes $1.1 billion over 3 years for family, social supports, and housing, including $786 million for up to 13,000 affordable housing units and $150 million for seniors' lodges, $785 million over 3 years for post-secondary facilities, including $384 million for the NATE Advanced Skills Centre, $2.7 billion over 3 years for roads and bridges, $7.1 billion over 3 years for municipal infrastructure, and $4.2 billion over 3 years for capital maintenance and renewal. These investments ensure Alberta can keep pace with growth and support strong communities across the province. Budget 2026 reflects the realities Albertans are facing. Demand for services is growing while revenues remain uncertain. That requires disciplined decisions and a clear focus on priorities. This plan protects core services, invests in key areas, and manages public dollars responsibly. Bill 19 ensures government has the authority to deliver on that plan. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to support this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Foothills.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise and speak to Bill 19, the Appropriation Act 2026. And as I begin, having already been chastised by the shop steward, I want to assure my colleagues that I will not leave them in the lurch for the debate on this bill. Mr. Speaker, never before have we seen a government spend so much and deliver so little. With this budget, this UCP government has made an $18 billion negative swing in just 2 years. This budget forecasts a deficit of $9.4 billion and will double Alberta's debt to $137 billion, debt levels this province has never seen before. This budget breaks the fiscal framework put in place by this UCP government only 3 years ago. Mr. Speaker, in a Calgary Herald article dated the 27th of February 2026, entitled "New Budget is on Course to Collide with the Province's Own Fiscal Guardrails," Trevor Toome said, and I quote, "This is the first test of the fiscal framework, and it failed." He further said, and I quote, "The whole point of a fiscal anchor is to affect fiscal policy, to help ensure sustainable public finances." Mr. Speaker, this budget exceeds the allowable deficit by more than double. This budget does not show a path to balance within the 3-year time frame in the fiscal framework. The Finance Minister shared that he intends to make changes to the fiscal framework this fall. I hope that Albertans are used to the massive deficits by this so-called Conservative government because the minister has painted himself into a corner and has no choice but to change the fiscal framework that allows continuous deficits into the future. We have asked what this government is doing with respect to affordability in this budget. While they claim affordability is top of mind, this budget increases educational property taxes, the tourism levy, and 30, yes, you heard that right, Mr. Speaker, 30 other fees and levies. This is the second year of auto insurance premiums for good drivers increasing by another 7.5%. Under this UCP government, drivers find themselves paying hundreds of dollars more each year in auto insurance premiums. What many Albertans are perhaps not aware of is that the government collects a tax on those insurance premiums. That is estimated at more than $1 billion this year, rising to $1.2 billion by 2028-29. So while Albertans have to pay more for their insurance based on the decisions of this government, the government will be collecting more in taxes on those premiums. Mr. Speaker, the UCP will collect an additional $350 million in educational property taxes in 2026, more than they did in 2025-26. We've seen the Mayor of Calgary share his concerns that this will raise property taxes in the largest hike that Calgarians have seen by $330 for the average homeowner in Calgary. With this item alone, the UCP has wiped out much of the touted income tax deduction for Calgary households. Mr. Speaker, as I have discussed in this chamber, I'll also talk about the tourism levy, which will bring in an additional $70 million this year, as the rate increases from 4% to 6%. The total amount collected will be $200 million, with only $75 million going to Travel Alberta to grow the tourism industry. We can certainly ask why Travel Alberta is not being given more work to do, more funds to do their work. I've asked that in previous debates. The minister himself acknowledges that they estimate that Albertans will pay about 45% of that levy. So $90 million in revenue collected from the tourism levy, $90 million in consumption tax paid to the province as Albertans enjoy their staycations and what this beautiful province has to offer. Mr. Speaker, the government has stated the objective to have more people working in the trades. And yet, at the same time in this budget, they will increase the fees for apprenticeship education, entrance qualifications, and entrance exams to get into the trades. The government is also increasing fees for Class 1, 2, and 3 registration for vehicles and licensing fees. This seems counterintuitive if we want people to go into the trades and if we want to grow our transportation industry, which is critical to the economy of this province, Mr. Speaker. This government has also stated that they want to grow arts and culture industries. But at the same time, they're going to ask Albertans to pay more for tickets at the Jubilee auditoriums, more to access provincial historic sites. So just in general, I guess with respect to tourism and enjoying everything that this province has to offer, this government wants Albertans to pay more. And let's be honest, what they are, they're consumption taxes. Mr. Speaker, the government wants to grow agriculture, and yet they increase costs to access grazing leases, rather than looking at ways to increase access to leases in years of drought. The budget also does not include meaningful provisions to support farmers in their succession planning so that their children can take over the family farm. In addition to increasing educational property tax, the UCP government in this budget is increasing fees for land titles and surveys. Mr. Speaker, this doesn't make housing more affordable, especially for younger people who are maybe looking at purchasing their first home. This budget doesn't meaningfully include provisions to grow Alberta's tech sector. Mr. Speaker, as I debated earlier, this government is leading Albertans down the garden path. This budget raises taxes, levies, and fees to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars on everyday Albertans. This budget doesn't address Albertans' questions on where the money is going. The corrupt care scandal isn't gone. We know that this UCP government wasted over $100 million in their attempt to privatize lab services. We know they wasted $70 million on Turkish Tylenol that wasn't used or wasn't even delivered. We know this UCP government had to cancel private surgical contracts to the tune of hundreds of millions more due to questionable purchasing contracts. Yet, in the largest reorganization of the health system in Alberta's history, with the creation of 11 new Crown corporations and the shifting of authority and responsibility of services to 4 newly formulated ministries, the budget does not have clear accounting of the costs of that reorganization. Rather, the costs are obscured, like a game of hiding something underneath the coconut shells and moving them around and seeing whether or not you can keep track of where it is underneath the coconut shells. Mr. Speaker, Albertans have the same questions about a $900 million loan to the Alberta Petroleum Marketing Corporation. This Crown Corp shouldn't need cash to operate. It trades in non-cash bitumen credits. When asked, the minister suggested that over $300 million was required to meet the loan requirements for the Northwest Upgrader. That still leaves $600 million on the table, which isn't accounted for. That sounds suspiciously maybe like the amount needed to conduct the studies required for a new pipeline to the West Coast that Albertans might be paying for. Finally, in estimates, Mr. Speaker, I pointed out that the budget documents state that, and I quote, "The contingency amount is intended to address unanticipated spending, including disasters and emergencies, and emergency priorities that may arise during the year." In addition, Treasury Board and Finance as an economic assessment team that assesses risks to the Government of Alberta. Given that citizen petitions are being conducted as we speak that could come to a referendum later this year, and the economic fallout seen in other places that have conducted referendums on separation, I was surprised the minister and his team have not budgeted any funds for conducting an economic impact assessment, nor did they set aside anything in the contingency for any potential negative impact on Albertans. Mr. Speaker, there is much more to debate with Bill 19. I will not be supporting this bill. I encourage others to not support this bill, and I look forward to the debate of my colleagues. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Curry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to stand and deliver just a few comments in regards to Bill 19, the Appropriation Act. This is, as my colleague has so eloquently laid out, a money bill to approve Budget 2026. And it is a lot to unpack, and of course I think it is our responsibility here in these chambers to do our very best to translate what can be very complicated and kind of burdensome documents and try to translate for how it's going to impact the everyday lives of Albertans. And they are big figures, Mr. Speaker, $9.4 billion deficit and $137 billion debt by the end of fiscal year 2028-29. And those are big figures that I don't think any of us really have any point of reference to speak to. And so what I think is so important is that we take Budget 2026 and we distill it down into the ways that it actually impacts regular, everyday folks and regular, everyday households. And so in Calgary, of course, where I have the pleasure of serving the good people of Calgary-Currie, their household, just at minimum, are going to be experiencing on average, a $340 increase to their property taxes. At a time when cost of living and affordability considerations are absolutely top of mind. We know that the kitchen table challenges, those real bread and butter issues around simply just making sure that the kids have the shoes that they need and the jacket for the weather, and that maybe there's a summer camp or two lined up. Those are the kinds of considerations that are having to be made by families in Calgary and across the province, and it begs the question how Budget 2026 is actually making life easier and more affordable for families and for individuals who are just trying to get through another day and make it to the end of the month for the next paycheck. In many ways, I think Budget 2026 is a tale of two throne speeches. It strikes me back in 2023 when we heard from the Premier reporting that Alberta was going to double its population by 2050. Red Deer was going to hit 1 million people. And then the throne speech in the fall of 2025 told us, and I quote, Albertans are well aware of the effects of both high and low oil prices and inherently understand that there is no need to panic or overreact. This isn't Alberta's first oil price roller coaster, after all. What a story those two throne speeches tell about the flux that Alberta has experienced in the last 3 years. And Budget 2026 is demonstrative of that, of a real complicated mess that we have got ourselves in when it comes to the economic growth and the expectations that we have of that economic growth as a result of a growing population with a growing tax base and people participating with discretionary dollars getting out there, contributing to consumer spending, creating jobs. But now we see in Budget 2026 that a flow of people out of the province are actually going to dampen all of those things. We're going to see a sticky unemployment rate. We're going to see reductions in job creation and employment rates. And I really worry deeply about the young people who are looking at Budget 2026 or who are watching today and thinking, where is the place for me in Alberta? Where is the place for me in the labor force that I don't think we really have found our way here in Alberta? And Budget 2026, if it tells me anything, is that the government has not done a great job of planning for a changing economy, for accommodating a really, indeed, a challenging geopolitical environment, and an ongoing reliance on incredible volatility when it comes to labor force, inputs like artificial intelligence, increasing costs for training and education, and certainly when it comes to trade diversification with partners across the country and around the world. But back again to the impact of Budget 2026, because it is ultimately how it is going to hit people and their pocketbooks. We see just so little in Budget 2026 on how it is actually going to put more money in people's pockets and reduce the costs of everyday expenses. When it comes to the Ministry of Affordability and Utilities, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing to be done about the cost of groceries, one of the most pressing and most prominent issues for families regardless of where they sit socioeconomically. The cost of groceries is eye-popping when we go to the grocery store, and I see nothing in Budget 2026 that is in fact addressing the cost of groceries and the cost of food. Employment rates are fluctuating wildly, and as I mentioned, young people are wondering how they can afford to make ends meet. Will they be able to afford a home? Can they pay for the insurance of their vehicle? Can they pay to insure their home? When the inflation rate in Alberta has consistently ticked higher than the national averages in all of the main categories, food, shelter, transportation, and energy, I wonder where that Alberta advantage actually lies. Instead, what we have is increased volatility, increased market uncertainty, a deficit of $9.4 billion, and debt servicing alone that is greater than probably half of the ministries that we have before us. It is setting ourselves up for some very, very challenging times, and for the next generation who are going to be coming up, paying taxes, doing their best, trying to raise a family. And so the point that we've made many times in these chambers, and then I'll wrap up for the next person here to raise points on Budget 2026. The point that we raise here is that the UCP government have never spent so much but delivered so little. And what that means, I think, is about value for taxpayers' dollars. Are they feeling it? Are they seeing those investments? Do they actually believe that they are getting the programs and services, the infrastructure that their taxpayer dollars are paying for? It's about value, Mr. Speaker, and it's about the demonstration of impact on those programs. They're big dollar figures. I don't deny that. $9.4 billion, a budget of $85 billion in expenses, $10 billion or more in capital spend. They are big numbers, but does it actually deliver the value that Albertans would expect? And are they feeling it every day when they have to go to the grocery store and pay what they do for some of the most basic costs? Thank you so much, and I'll pass it along.
The honourable member for Calgary-Glenmore.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill 19, the bill that brings this budget to life, and thanks to the member from Calgary-Curry for sharing her thoughts. And yes, as she has mentioned, it's the same budget that brought Albertans $9.4 billion deficit, Mr. Speaker, and it's not by accident. Alberta has enjoyed record oil production, Mr. Speaker, and exceptionally high resource revenue, which really are conditions that should have strengthened public services and made life better for Albertans. It takes some special UCP talent to waste money, Mr. Speaker. The sheer size of the deficit has everything to do with the government's choices and unwillingness to control spending. Turkish Tylenol at $70 million, legal payouts to foreign coal companies, $200 million and more to come. New carpet at the Premier's office at $280,000, Mr. Speaker, just to name a few. And the Finance Minister seems to be keeping a blind eye on wasteful spending in other ministries. And since the Finance Minister delivered a deficit of $9.4 billion, maybe, just maybe, it's time to pay attention. As we heard from the member of Edmonton Gold Bar, we know the minister has not been paying attention to the mental health and addiction ministry, where Sam Maraish's lawyer has been handling funding for the recovery centers. So let's maybe help out the finance minister with some other ministries, and we can start with the affordability and utilities, shall we, Mr. Speaker? The Minister of Affordability and Utilities is authorizing the Alberta Electricity System Operator to spend hundreds of millions of ratepayer, that's taxpayer dollars, to fund a market redesign. And the numbers are always insightful, Mr. Speaker. The market redesign budget increased from $36 million in 2025 to $85 million in 2026. The strategic related initiatives increased from $9.6 million in 2024 to $103 million in 2026. That's that's a 1,000% increase, Mr. Speaker. The enabling of transformation increased from $6.8 million in 2024 to $100 million in 2026. That's again a 1,000% increase in just 2 years, Mr. Speaker. Oscar Wilde once said the bureaucracy is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker. That is a lot of money. The ISO expenses are ultimately recovered from consumers, Mr. Speaker. These are ratepayers, and ratepayers are taxpayer, isn't it, Mr. Speaker? And conservatives are fond of saying there's only one taxpayer, but now they're trying to wiggle out of the accountability of the system operators' wild and rising costs by claiming that it's only paid by power consumers, not taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, taxpayers are power consumers, they are Albertans. So again, where is the finance minister? Where does he sit on the ISOs increasing its spending by 1,000% in just 2 years? And the Affordability and Utilities Department has lost the plot on the affordability part, Mr. Speaker. These wild and increased costs are coupled with them limiting competition in the market and limiting the entry of low-cost energy to the market. And yes, we have increased supply of natural gas from Cascade and Base Plant right now. And we also have increased renewable generation, and both types of supply have nothing to do with the UCP policy. Alberta must plan for more affordable energy to enter the market for the future, Mr. Speaker. So that's for this department, out-of-control spending on the public dime with no real actions to improve affordability. In fact, instead, with this budget, Albertans received more property taxes, fees for seniors in continuing care, vehicle registration costs for small businesses, and fees for trade workers to get certified. And not only that, there isn't a single action or specific step to help Albertans with the price of groceries. In fact, the Minister of Affordability failed to point to a single specific action his ministry is doing to improve grocery prices, despite multiple questions asked from my colleagues. So that's affordability and utilities. Let's look at the Energy and Minerals Ministry, Mr. Speaker. In 2023, 5 largely Australian companies, that's Valerie Resources, Atrium Coal, Northback Holdings, and Cabin Ridge Holdings, and Evolve Power, sued the Alberta government for a total of $15 billion over the UCP flip-flopping on the coal policy. And some companies settled with the UCP government, and we only learned that because the companies disclosed the settlements in their financial statements. Neither the Premier nor the Finance Minister, not anyone in this government, disclosed that the government settled with coal companies. Why? Mr. Speaker, we found $316 million in litigation matters in the supplementary yesterday, part of this budget, and Bill 19 right now that it's implementing this budget. Albertans, Mr. Speaker, Albertans are on the hook for over $316 million in legal payouts because of this government's coal policy flip-flopping. And now there's a new $2 billion lawsuit. Why didn't the Finance Minister disclose the exact amounts when the settlements had happened, and why didn't he disclose this $2 billion lawsuit? Can the minister confirm the exact settlement amount per company that received the settlement? Which companies, and for how much? And how is that total $316 million spent? Was there an alternative to settling with coal companies to protect taxpayers? Where is the finance minister in all this, Mr. Speaker? It is enraging, actually. It is offensive. And in the same energy ministry, we see the ministry busy starting a new trade desk, the Gas Royalty in Kind program, or GRIC. Does the finance minister even know about this, Mr. Speaker? It's not only a program that is It's not only a massive taxpayer risk, but it's also a program that the industry strongly opposes, yet we find it in this bad budget that the finance minister produced. Why does the UCP government think It is competent enough and has all the right talents and expertise to do commodity trading and to compete with the private sector, Mr. Speaker. Does the finance minister actually understand that when the government takes oil or gas instead of cash, the province and frankly us, the taxpayers, are now exposed to more risk, the risk of price fluctuation, transportation bottlenecks, and bad timing in the market? Does the finance minister understand that when commodity prices fall or pipelines get clogged or issues arise that could impact this potential gas royalty in kind program, taxpayers, Albertans, would eat up that loss and not the private companies, Mr. Speaker? Does the finance minister recognize that when things go wrong, companies would still get credits to set against the royalty obligation, but it is the Alberta budget and government revenue that would take that hit? That affects schools, healthcare, taxes, and all public services. Can the finance minister explain why isn't he asking questions about the increased risk and fiscal mismanagement in this energy ministry? So that's energy, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to end with the environment and protected areas budget and the massive missed opportunities there, Mr. Speaker. For starters, environment was cut overall by 15%. And what's hit the most here are important programs that help with water management and clean air programs. Also, the business communities need these programs to engage with First Nations and impact communities through the ministerial programs. Most tragically is the ongoing weakening of the Alberta's industrial carbon pricing, or TIER, managed by this ministry. It's a program that attracted billions of dollars in investments and reduced emissions in heavy industry, Mr. Speaker. And it is truly unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because major clean tech projects require stable carbon prices for decades. I heard the finance minister actually mention Dow and Air Products and a few more. Well, that's progress, but I'm not sure he's making the connection between his budget and TIER and these major projects. So unfortunately, we didn't get any clarity of this program in this budget and what the government would do to bring more certainty to the market, not only to slash emissions, but to bring new major investments. So here we are. The UCP were handed some of the strongest economic conditions in a generation and still produced a $9.4 billion deficit, Mr. Speaker. It's a terrible budget. I will not be voting for Bill 19. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Varsity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill 19. This is a bill that will approve an enormous budget, but I will not be voting for this bill. This is a budget with a $9.4 billion deficit. A budget that projects a debt of $137 billion, despite this government benefiting from near-historic resource revenues. Never have Albertans seen their government spend so much and get so little back for it. After 7 years of this UCP government and 4 years of this Premier, there is not even any path to a balanced budget. This budget fails to address priority issues, and I thank my colleagues that have spoken already to many of those issues that are missing. Priorities include affordability, healthcare, education. We are not seeing healthcare, the things we need in healthcare. Wait times are not decreasing. Patient attachment is not increasing. Home care is not improving and getting to where it needs to be. But let's look at what they've actually done for Indigenous health. Last week, on March 20th, they made an announcement that was exceedingly misleading and suggested new investment in Indigenous health. In their Strengthening Indigenous Healthcare announcement, they said Budget 2026 was investing $34 million in initiatives to improve primary care for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Alberta. But let's check some of those facts. They promised $16 million in 2026 to support 95 physicians, several of whom are Indigenous, to help deliver reliable and accessible primary care, and noted that these doctors are serving 18 Indigenous communities, as well as in Edmonton and Calgary. This was presented as new money. They are going to improve Indigenous care. But yet, this is not an initiative of this government. I checked with Dr. Esther Telfeathers, who is a well-recognized Indigenous healthcare leader, and in fact, the Indigenous ARP, which is a model of funding doctors to provide quality care, was started in 2012 when it supported 5 doctors, including Dr. Telfeathers. And this grew to over 95 physicians, and they serve over 45, not 18, Indigenous communities. And this was well before this government played any role. They did not answer the need for faster and easier access by anything new in this budget. That was there. This $16 million is not new funding, and it is not anything they should pretend to take credit for. 4 years ago, this government brought together Indigenous health leaders to make recommendations to improve Indigenous primary care because it desperately needed improvement. The report was called Honoring Our Roots, and it made 22 recommendations. 1 year later, the government put out an implementation plan. This was under our current Premier. None of these recommendations have been implemented. Yet this government continues ongoing projects, which is good, but is marketing them as their great initiatives that they're now investing in. They said, over the past 3 years, we've begun taking meaningful steps forward, and that they are acting on these recommendations. Instead of implementing any of these 22 recommendations, they implemented something unique called the Indigenous Primary Care Innovation Fund. This is a smokescreen. This is a grant system that pits communities against each other for pennies. Only a few grants are awarded out of the over 100 that were requested. These were never built to be sustainable, and there's no opportunity to learn from successful projects and scale them up. It is another way that our government has wasted public dollars and not done anything that brings value. This is the pattern that's reflected in our 2026 budget. In this announcement last week, they also said they will spend $16 million to recruit and train patient navigators. I would like to know how much of that funding is actually new, because this is not a new program. In 2019, when I was still working in the health system, I worked with Eileen Booth, who was the Indigenous liaison, a new title, maybe called a navigator. She was the Indigenous liaison at Foothills Hospital. And at that time, we looked to understand, find, and implement solutions to help Indigenous patients who lived on nations to improve their ability to attend outpatient clinics. We worked together as a team with the booking clerks and the whole team that would be involved in this, including an Indigenous medical student, including the people that lived on the nation. We learned and were able to find that there was knowledge that the booking clerks had no idea of, such as that transport could only be available during certain hours of the day, so no point booking an appointment at 8 a.m. because people couldn't actually get there. Booking clerks were empowered by this. Indigenous people were empowered by the questions that followed from booking clerks saying, hey, what works for you, rather than just taking a power trip and telling them when they had to be there. A major limit of care for Indigenous people in our hospitals is indeed coordinating discharges, and the navigators are meant to be in that role. They're needed more than ever because of the breakup of the health system. Nobody really knows what part of the system different services are going to be provided, and an Indigenous patient being discharged may need all the pillars. They may need primary care. They may need mental health. They may need ongoing specialty appointments through the acute care system. So now, by breaking things up, we need to push more people spending their time at trying to talk the language of who does what. This is not a good use of money. And we should have been fixing the gap at the end, which was making sure we had primary care at the end to serve Indigenous people and provide that coverage that was needed. This is all a consequence of the disintegration of the system at a time when we need integration and when every other health system is moving towards integration. The liaisons are now simply discharge coordinators, and it's being presented as a wonderful new opportunity. Quit wasting money, spend it on the real solutions, take advice from those who know what we need and know how to fix the system, instead of sidelining them and listening to consultants who can look at reports but not know on the ground what actually is needed in the system. Health of Indigenous people should be improving. Life expectancy in First Nations is a staggering 19 years less than the provincial average. Infant mortality is twice the rate of the Alberta average, and suicides are 3 times. But what is this government measuring? I'll tell you. They will measure the volume of correspondence received by the Indigenous Patient Safety Investigator. Yikes. We should be looking at health outcomes. The previous implementation report said that immediate action was needed to develop key performance indicators based on primary health care indicators, and we need benchmarks to moderate change. I want to thank the people within the ministry and the Indigenous community for knowing what's there, for making these recommendations, and I hope that this government will start spending money where it needs to be spent instead of wasting it, because I definitely cannot support this budget as it is, which continues to go down the totally wrong path. And thank you. I will turn this over to my colleagues.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Acadia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to join debate against this 2026 budget brought forward from this USP government. Bluntly, this budget is a double whammy for Albertans. A $9.4 billion deficit with a plan to keep Alberta in a deficit for, well, the foreseeable future anyway, deferring the cost of the UCP's bad decisions onto the next generation of Albertans so that they can carry it and then eventually repay it, while, on the other hand, also raising fees and taxes. Yeah. And Alberta has the highest youth unemployment. So what message does this budget send to our young Albertans? Because there's nothing in it for them that's going to make life better now. But certainly there are things that are going to, well, burden them forever with a deficit. Please make this make sense, Mr. Speaker. Make this make sense to my constituents. I had the privilege to spend some time with a young lady. Let's just call her Liv. She's a 5-year-old. She is full of curiosity, movement, and so much potential. Now, Liv and her dad visited me in my constituency office so they could share some of the struggles that they are facing every single day living in Alberta. Now, in addition to being an energetic, cheeky 5-year-old, Liv has a rare disease. Now, at first, this was diagnosed as mild autism. Her diagnosis has since been updated to Rett syndrome. This rare disorder stems typically from a single mutation in a chromosome, So it means that her parents did absolutely nothing wrong. They did nothing wrong. Now, with Rett syndrome, children afflicted, they start life very normal, like every other kid, hitting those milestones one after another. But as they age, that 6 to 18-month period, subtle changes start. They're started to be noted. So reduced eye contact, slower motor development, and then it progresses into rapid regression where hand skills and speech are replaced with repetition and, well, busy hands. Now, Rett syndrome has no cure. So the absolute best option is for Liv to receive the support the minute there's an indication of a concern. And that's exactly what Liv's parents did. They sought out support. And so Liv was provided the diagnosis of mild autism at the time. As her symptoms progressed, they sought out support again. And although her diagnosis changed to Rett syndrome, the supports that she and her family received did not. Now, Liv was added to the wait list for FSCD funding back in 2023. And the hope was that Liv would have access to occupational therapy, physiotherapy, speech, language pathology, all of these things and whatever other things she needed access to, those necessities of life, those healthcare pieces she needed early, but that's not what happened. Now, I met with Liv and her dad in January of this year, and there's no indication of the length of the FSCD waitlist, nor how much longer Liv will wait until she can access the health care she so desperately needs, or when she'll ever hear an update on her, where is she in the waitlist? Because, Mr. Speaker, early intervention is key. It's key to maintaining the abilities that Liv has right now. It's key to ensuring that she has the best life she can have, even with the diagnosis where her quality of life will continue to get more complicated and her needs will increase year after year. Liv's prognosis means that she will be dependent on her parents for her entire life. So now you might ask, why wouldn't Liv's parents access through paying for private? Well, because they can't. Because their household relies on a single income. Because they are parents to two young people, including Liv, who requires the round-the-clock increased care. Now, Carl, Liv's dad, shared that in addition to the frustration and desperation from the lack of access to health resources his daughter so desperately needs, he then also has to weigh whether to feed his family or find the funds to pay out of pocket so that Liv has access to the health resources she needs. This means that Carl has to look at continuing to rack up debt on those credit cards and pay interest as he tries to get Liv the care she so clearly deserves. So what's in this budget for Liv and Carl? What portion of the $9.4 billion deficit comes from investing in Albertans like Liv and Carl? It's really hard to tell, Mr. Speaker, pardon me. Now, in estimate discussions for Children and Family Services, I emphasize the importance of early intervention. And it's a concept that, of course, has been discussed inside this House several times. And that although early intervention shows the biggest return on investment, that $1 today is worth hundreds tomorrow. And this is especially true when we consider Albertans like Liv, where Liv's quality of life, the quality of life for her entire household, depends on this government doing their job and allocating resources smartly and responsibly for Albertans. So did we see real investment in early intervention in the 2026 budget? Shocker, we did not. In fact, what the Minister of Children and Services decided was to resource early intervention at just over 1% over this year's forecast. Yeah, that's not an investment, Mr. Speaker. That's straight up poor decision making. Well, that is, of course, if your goal is to serve Albertans and not yourself. Now, Bill 19, bringing forward Budget 2026, does not make Liv or Carl's lives more affordable. It doesn't provide access to the health care supports desperately needed for Liv right now. Now, Liv is only 5 years old. She is happy, and her parents work their tails off so that she stays that way. But what happens when her parents' strongest, best effort isn't good enough, Mr. Speaker? Now, Liv's prognosis keeps her dependent on her family for the duration of her lifetime. Liv's father is now watching his daughter slowly regress, seeing more excited hands, less intentional movement, fewer spoken words, and more frustration from a 5-year-old who's just trying to communicate. So does this budget help Carl? What about Carl's mental health? Where in this budget does it support Carl when the voices in his head tell him to quit? When the voices in his head tell him that his family would be better off without him? That his best efforts are just not good enough? Where in this budget is that investment for Carl? Because mental health and addiction ministry? No. Carl does not have an addiction concern. Well, not yet. Carl needs mental health support so that he can continue to be the amazing parent he is to Liv and her sister. Now, as we've discussed, there's nothing here for Liv. She will continue to age without the necessary resources to set her up for success. And that is a decision this UCP government made. That is intentional. Now, somehow, this UCP government is wasting a boom during a boom. Alberta has shown near-record resource wealth, and yet somehow this government expects Albertans to be okay with a $9.4 billion deficit. They aren't, Mr. Speaker.
It is required of me to interrupt you at this point. We have, in accordance with Standing Order 64 sub 3, the chair is required to put the question to the House on the appropriation bills on the order paper for second reading. On Bill 19, Appropriation Act 2026, a money bill, all those in favor of second reading, please say aye. Aye. All of those opposed to second reading, please say no. No. The ayes have it. And are we playing whack-a-mole? Is that okay? A division is called. Honourable members, a division has been called on second reading of Bill 20, the Appropriation Supplementary Supply Act 2026, a money bill. All those in favour of second reading, please now, pardon me, whoa, sorry, I messed up. Bill 19, kind of an important detail. All those in favour of second reading of Bill 19, please now stand.
The Honourable Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, the Honourable Mr. Williams, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, the Honourable Minister Lagrange, the Honourable Mr. Horner, the Honourable Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, the Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Rosewell, the Honourable Mr. Yassin, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Jones, the Honourable Mr. Hunter, Mr. Wright, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Long, the Honourable Mr. McDougall, the Honourable Mr. Boychenko, Mr. Stefan, Mr. Van Dyken, Ms. Pitt, the Honourable Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Mrs. Johnson, Mr. Wiebe, Mrs. Sawyer, Mr. Getson, Mrs. Petrovic, Mr. Lunty, Mr. Dick, Mr. Yao, Mr. Sear, Ms. DeYoung, Mr. Bouchard, Mr. Singh, Ms. Lovely, and Mr. Sinclair.
Honourable members, all those opposed to second reading of Bill 19, a money bill, please now stand.
Ms. Algenaid, the Honourable Mr. Sabier, the Honourable Mr. Egan, Member Ellingson, Ms. Wright, the Honourable Mr. Guthrie, Ms. Chapman, Member Aramenko, Member Gurinder-Brar, Mr. Ip, Member Batten, the Honourable Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Diol, Mr. Gurtej-Brar, Dr. Metz.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion 44, total against 15.
That motion is carried.
Bill 19, Appropriation Act 2026 is now read a second time.
Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And after a very fulfilling day, the government, I wish to move that the Assembly be adjourned until tomorrow at 1:30, March 25th, 2026.
On the motion to adjourn the Assembly till 1:30 p.m. tomorrow, are we agreed? If so, please say aye. Aye. All of those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. We are now adjourned until 1:30 p.m. tomorrow.